Good morning. Let's see, it is 8:35 a.m., and I'd like to call the October board meeting to order. As we begin our meeting today, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including some of you in the audience, may be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and computers. I don't think we have any absences. I believe Ms. Williams is on her way, and Mr. Raven's on a call, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a quorum. So please record in the minutes that we have a quorum. I'd like to, before we begin the meeting, to take a moment to honor Dr. Rex Peebles, who passed away suddenly on September 23rd. A true Texas servant, Rex had more than 30 years of experience in higher education, including positions as instructor, professor, department head, dean, chief academic officer, and vice president of instruction. Since December 2013, he served as assistant commissioner on academic quality and workforce at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And within that division, and to so many external constituencies, Rex was a voice of reason, a great listener, and a sharp wit. His leadership will be missed, and I'll miss his presence both in this room and at the agency. He was a great resource personally to me on, some issues that came up, and his depth of understanding and his perspective was very valuable. Our hearts go out to Rex's wife, Sandra, and his two daughters, Natalie and Nicole. Let's see. Just an informational item, agenda item 9D has been withdrawn from today's agenda to allow staff time to gather more information. Agenda item 9D is the consideration of adopting a certification advisory council and Commissioner Bretta's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine for an initial certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. So that item has been withdrawn. Let's see, introduction of new board members and committee appointments. First item is introduction of new board member Emma Swartz, and Emma is a, I guess, MPH, Master of Public Health, is the president of Medical Center for the Americas Foundation, a nonprofit operating in El Paso, Texas, and Juarez, Mexico. Ms. Swartz founded the MCA along with her board in 2006 to be the keeper of the vision of the newly formed medical campus in El Paso, but has expanded that mission to include developing globally competitive life sciences industry in the region. MCA's flagship project has been to develop the first private biomedical incubator in the region. The Cardwell Collaborative, 60,000 square feet of wet labs, dry labs, data room, office space, and collaboration spaces. The facility houses its Innovation Center, Clinical Trials Consortium, El Paso Juarez, Health Think Tank, and STEM camps. Before MCA, Ms. Swartz worked in healthcare management, revenue cycle improvement, strategic planning, and regulatory compliance for a variety of healthcare companies, including Tenet Healthcare in El Paso, Texas, and Sinico Healthcare Consulting in Los Angeles, California. During this time, she published numerous articles, spoke at many venues regarding these topics, and co-edited a book on corporate compliance. Her community involvement is extensive. Ms. Swartz is a director and on the board of Westar Bank, where she chairs the audit committee. She is also on the board and former chair of the PDN Center of Hope Anti-Human Trafficking Organization, the chair of Youth and Education Committee for Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and founder of Progress 321, a young professionals organization. She's also the co-chair of El Paso's chapter of Stanford Oval. OVAL. Formerly, she served on the selection committee of the Texas Tech University Health Science System El Paso founding president, the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas's Emerging Leaders Council, the board of Lafayette Preparatory School. She's also a member of the Borderplex Alliance, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, El Paso Chamber, Texas Healthcare and Biosciences Institute, and INBIA. In 2016, she was inducted into the El Paso Business Hall of Fame, and she was named 2017's El Pasoan of the Year. Wow. Anyway, and then, because she, I guess, was bored, she applied with the governor's appointment secretary to a director for a position on the Texas Higher Education Board, and just recently Governor Abbott appointed her to that position. Ms. Swartz received her BA in human biology with a concentration in comparative health policy from Stanford University, and her master's of public health and health services management from UCLA, where she was a Foley and Lardner Fellow. Emma, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words? And maybe beef up that introduction a little bit so we fill in the gaps.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Well, it's my honor to serve on this board. I'm very honored that the governor made this appointment. It's a privilege to serve with my fellow directors. I hope to learn a lot from you all and contribute to what we're trying to accomplish here at the state of Texas.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Next, it gives me great pleasure to announce that Governor Abbott has reappointed Dr. Fred Farias, to serve another term on the board. The script here says, "Welcome back, Fred," and I guess my question is, did you ever leave? I didn't see that, but anyway, I'm thrilled at your reappointment. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you. I look forward to continuing to work hard, 60 by 30 Texas, and all the goals that we have. As we all here on the board and all of us here in this room have a passion for higher education and improving our state educational purposes. So I am also honored and thank Governor Abbott for reappointing me to this outstanding board.
That's great. I'm really personally thrilled. I think we work very well together. So. Now, we'll move to committee appointments. Effective October 23rd, 2019, which is yesterday, I made the following appointments. Ricky Raven is chair of the Agency Operations Committee, Javed Anwar is vice chair of the Agency Operations Committee, and Emma Swartz is a member of the Agency Operations Committee. In addition, I'd like to confirm the following appointments effective today. So if you hear your name, I guess kind of write it down, and this is where you are. Then nothing's really changed that much. Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, Dr. Fred Farias, chairman, Donna Williams, vice chair, Ms. Emma Swartz, myself, Mr. Welcome Wilson, and Lauren McKenzie, student representative who serves ex officio. On the Committee of Affordability, Accounting, and Planning, the chair continues to be Mr. Javed Anwar, Welcome Wilson, vice chair, Ricky Raven, myself, Donna Williams, and Lauren McKenzie, student representative. On the Agency Operations Committee, Chairman Ricky Raven, as we announced a second ago, Javed Anwar, vice chair, Fred Farias, Emma Swartz, myself, and Lauren McKenzie, ex officio. Traditionally, the chairman, I'm not really sure why, of the board, that's me, has served ex officio in all these committees, but because we're kind of a little bit shorthanded with not a full complement of 9 board members, I have, I guess in a big power grab, put myself on all of those committees. I guess when we get a full board, I'll have to reconsider consider that. Let's see. Where are we here? Let's see. The next item, not sure where we are here. Anyway, let's see. Oh, yes. So this is very important. Let's see. The next item is consideration of appointment of the secretary of the board, replacing John Steen, whose term expired. I would like to nominate Ricky Raven for this appointment. I think it kind of, at least in the tradition when I was here, the chairman of the Agency Operations Committee, John Steen, was also the board secretary. Ricky is part of my class, and I guess really one of the most senior tenured board members next to Javed and Fred. Anyway, any discussion about that nomination of Ricky as board chair?
I hope he's learned his lesson about being late to the meeting.
You know, I haven't talked to him about that. No, I did. I did ask him, and he would enthusiastically serve as board chair. If there's, would you like to comment?
I was going to second.
Oh, wait, so I have a second for my motion to nominate Ricky. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Let's see, next item on the agenda is the introduction of Harrison Keller, Commissioner of Higher Education, the new Commissioner of Higher Education. Dr. Keller comes from the coordinating board, to the coordinating board from the University of Texas at Austin, where he's been serving as President Gregory Finmas as Deputy to the President for Strategy and Policy. Previously, he served as Vice Provost for Higher Education and Research and founded the On-Ramps and Texas On-Course initiatives. Earlier in his career, he served as Senior Education Policy Advisor and Director of Research for Representative Tom Craddock during his tenure as Speaker of the Texas House, and as Project Director for UT Austin's Charles A. Dana Center. Dr. Keller received his BA with honors from University of Notre Dame and went on to receive a master's and doctoral degrees in philosophy from Georgetown University. He also served in the U.S. Naval Reserve as an intelligence officer. A native of Texas, the Texas Panhandle, Dr. Keller resides in Austin with his wife, Gina, and their 3 children. Welcome to the coordinating board, and if you could say just a few words.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly excited to be here. It's a unique privilege to be able to lead the higher education agency for the 10th largest economy in the world. And so I'm in my first 30 days and trying to accelerate my learning. And I wanted to say we've had great support. I've had great support from institutions and many of the people in this room. And we had an external review committee in earlier this week, and so in particular wanted to express my appreciation to those individuals and institutions. So John Opperman from Texas Tech, Susan Brown from UTRGV, Daniel Harper from Texas State University System, William Serrata, president of El Paso Community College, Pat Francis from UT System, formerly from the Legislative Budget Board, Brenda Hellier, president of San Jacinto Community College, and Joe Pettibon from Texas A&M University. Raymond Bartlett's also volunteered to assist with the transition, and his schedule didn't allow him to be in town earlier this week, but we'll have him back. So he's with University of Houston, and so this external review group was just in town to help assist with the transition and advise me, and I deeply appreciate their institutions and their support. Also wanted to say thank you to Ray Rodriguez, who's our interim chief of staff, and he's on loan from the University of North Texas System, and certainly appreciate Chancellor Rowe making Ray available to us to assist with the transition. So thank you again to these institutions, of the governor's office, many members of the legislature, and of course the board. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Dr. Keller. And one thing I think it's important, but Dr. Keller is reaching out to a variety of institutions all across the state, both four-year universities, I guess really representatives of every major system, and then also community colleges to get kind of a sense of how the agency is perceived and how the agency can be a help and an advocate to higher education of all types in Texas. So I think that's really important. Before we move on, I'd like to remind you that the Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference will be held at the Crown Plaza in Austin, November 21st and 22nd. The theme of this year's conference is Knowledge and Skills Now, Higher Education as a Leadership in Opportunity, as a Leader in Opportunity. As in the past, the conference will bring together regents, trustees, chancellors, presidents, and chief academic and chief instructional officers and other higher education leaders to gather information and discuss issues of shared interest. The Leadership Conference will begin at 8 a.m. on November 21st with the new governing board orientation sessions that satisfy the statutory training requirement for the newly appointed regents and trustees, the elected trustees. Conference sessions will overlap with the orientation sessions and begin at 12 noon on November 21st. The annual Texas Higher Education Star Award ceremony will be held on the second day of the conference. This luncheon will feature our 2019 Star Award finalist, and the leadership conference will conclude after the Star Awards ceremony about 2 p.m. on that Friday, November 22nd. Online registration is available on the coordinating board's website under topics of interest. And anyway, fellow board members, there is a form at your table if you could fill out, whether you will attend and whether you need accommodations for that conference. It's a very interesting conference. You not only explore, you kind of do a deep dive in particular issues, but you also get to hear the State of Higher Education address from our new commissioner. And I think that will be, will have a very, very intense interest. Let's see, next on the agenda item, which is maybe perhaps a little redundant, is commissioner's remarks. Do you have anything to add in your remarks? Okay, so we'll go to approval of minutes from the previous meetings. I need a motion to approve the minutes of the July board meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Frias, second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And on September 11th, 2019, we had a special called board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the September special called board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wilson,
Second.
second by Ms. Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on the agenda. I want to point out our practice of putting most of the rules on the consent calendar, given the extensive vetting process they go through. However, you'll notice that a few of the rules are still on the regular agenda. Those are the rules the staff thinks we might want to discuss and/or those that received public comment. Of course, any board member can request an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us the opportunity to discuss that item more fully. At this time, I'd like to request the agenda items 9N1 and 9N2 be added to the consent calendar. Agenda item 9N1 is consideration of adoption of the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the proposed amendments to Chapter 15, Subchapter C, Section 15.43 of board rules concerning the eligibility criteria to receive distributions from the National Research University Fund. Agenda item 9N2 is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendations to the board relating to the proposed new rules for Chapter 1, Subchapter U, sections 1.230 to 1.236 concerning the establishment of a marketable skills task force. Do I have a motion to add agenda items 9N1 and 9N2 to the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Go ahead.
Motion by Ms. Schwartz, second by Dr. Farias. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Does any member want to add any other items to the consent calendar? Does any board member want to remove any of the agenda items from the consent calendar? If there's no discussion or request, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So move.
Motion by Ms. Williams. Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. This is really a highlight, I think, to me, of the board meetings. It's a deep dive into an issue that's very important in higher education, or issues that are important in higher education. This topic today is developmental education, learning from the past, transforming the future. Anyway, coordinating board staff member Dr. Suzanne Morales Vale, Director of Developmental and Adult Education, will introduce the panel and facilitate a discussion focusing on developmental education. Besides members of the coordinating board staff, with us today are Dr. Toby Park, Associate Director, Center for Post-Secondary Success, Florida State University, Mr. Randall Dawson, Vice President of Academic Success, St. Philip's College, Dr. Jody Marin, Coordinator of Freshman and Sophomore English, Associate Professor of English, Texas A&M University, Kingsville. Thank you all for being here today.
My name is Suzanne Morales-Vale, and I'm the Director of Developmental and Adult Education, the Division of College Readiness and Success. Thank you, members of the board, for time today to discuss a very important topic that affects almost 40% of incoming undergraduate students who enter Texas institutions of higher education and are not college ready. While 58% of students entering higher education are college ready, a number of entering students are not. As you can see from the pie chart on the left, the dark gray area shows that 58% of students entering community colleges are not college ready. You're probably aware that community colleges are open enrollment and have no or minimal admissions policies, unlike universities that generally have stricter requirements for entry, factors that can impact college readiness at institutions of higher education. So what is college readiness? It is the ability for an entering student to successfully complete a freshman-level college course without remediation. As you know, the Texas Success Initiative, also known as the TSI, is the statute that requires Texas public institutions of higher education to assess all entering non-exempt undergraduates for college readiness. The TSI assessment, also known as the TSIA, is the testing instrument used for this purpose. For students who don't meet the college readiness scores on the TSIA, institutions have to provide a plan outlining exactly what the student must do to become ready to be able to enroll in college-level courses. This plan often includes requirements to enroll in developmental education, which are pre-college level remedial refresher courses designed to remediate or catch up students' knowledge and skill levels so that they're ready to enroll in entry-level college courses. As previously noted, for students who don't enter higher education college ready, institutions have to provide a plan that outlines what students must do to become college ready in the areas of reading, writing, and math. This plan includes requirements for developmental education. It's important to note that developmental education is not just delivered in Texas. All other states have similar policies, including some type of mandatory developmental education for their underprepared students. When considering traditional developmental education programs, institutions required students to enroll in up to an extra year or more of such courses, which also often cost the same as college courses, but most importantly, because developmental education is considered pre-college level, these courses do not count towards a student's degree or certificate. After years of cost, time, and efforts in providing traditional developmental education, researchers began to scrutinize its outcomes, which suggested change was needed. The data point on this slide is an example from California that really caught everyone's attention on the national, state, and even institutional levels, especially when we saw that Texas had similar outcomes. So even when students passed the multiple developmental education courses, we often lost them because they ran out of money, time, maybe even family support, and many felt that college just wasn't for them. It was time for a change. Starting in 2010, Texas Institution, along with those in other states, began implementing a number of pilot programs, initiatives, and strategies to improve outcomes for students entering higher education not college ready. The key word was acceleration. Ways to get students through developmental education while still meeting their needs and improving their persistence and success. Of the various initiatives, the co-requisite models were the most studied and showed the most promise. So what is a co-requisite model? Instead of having to complete developmental education classes first, students in co-requisite models can immediately enroll in entry-level college courses, but are required to enroll at the same time in an intervention, such as mandatory tutoring, that provides additional support. Instead of meeting college readiness in 1, 2, or maybe even 3 years, the student has a chance to meet college readiness and complete the first college-level course in the same semester of enrollment. Our friends at RAND provided this visual here on the slide to help explain co-requisite models. Results of these accelerated reform options since 2010. Students' successful completion of first college-level course has indeed increased over the past 7 years. The needle is moving, but many of the reforms were still small, boutique programs with only small groups of students who were able to enroll in these accelerated options. Improvements were happening, but not enough, especially when considering only 17% of underprepared math students completed the first college-level course after 1 year, as shown here by the red bar. The state needed something on a broad scale that would require institutions to offer accelerated options to more students. The result was House Bill 2223, passed in the 85th legislative session, and it required each institution to develop and scale co-requisite models. Statute outlines phasing and scaling efforts starting this past fall of 2018 at 25% and moving up to 75% by fall 2020, meaning 75% of underprepared students who enroll in developmental education had to be enrolled in a co-requisite model. But before we talk about how Texas performed with co-requisite models, I'd like to now move to introduce a researcher from Post-Secondary Success Center who will talk about how developmental ed reform efforts have impacted Florida, a state very similar to Texas in many ways. Dr. Toby Park-Gagan from Florida State University's Post-Secondary Success Center has not only been instrumental in studying and documenting Florida's developmental education reform efforts, including co-requisites, but also with tracking and studying Texas's reform efforts, both in a national and statewide context, and including for the Institute of Educational Sciences.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. My colleagues and I at Florida State have been tracking student success following the DevEd reform in Florida now for a number of years. To give you an idea, in Florida, prior to the reform, things there were fairly similar to they were here in Texas. Many students were taking and required to take DevEd courses based upon their performance on a placement test. The big reform in Florida, wanted to change the way in which students progressed into gateway math courses and English courses. So prior to the reform, students, much like in Texas, could spend upwards of a year or more in DevEd courses before reaching the gateway course, the course that would fill the math requirement for the associate's degree. What the reform did in Florida, it passed in 2013 and was implemented in 2014. It did several things simultaneously, and a suite of interventions took place. The first and perhaps most famous was that DevEd became optional for many students, specifically for exempt students who are a recent high school graduate or an active duty military member. It also changed the way we taught DevEd courses. So DevEd courses in Florida are now taught through 4 specific instructional strategies, one of which is co-requisite DevEd, and also enhanced advising and support services. What I'm going to talk to you today is a brief overview of 6 cohorts of students. We looked at 3 cohorts prior to the reform and 3 cohorts of students following the reform. What we first wanted to look at is, now that DevEd is optional for many students, are more students enrolling in the college-level gateway course? And they are. You're seeing here results for both English and math, and you see that in 2014, the numbers shoot up and continue much higher. More students following the reform are now enrolling in these gateway courses. And what's interesting is we see differential gains by race and ethnicity. So if you look at the lines here, all the lines are trending upwards, but the lines for Black and Hispanic students are trending upwards at a greater rate of change and actually meet the enrollment records for white students by the 2015 and 2016 academic years. What we're seeing here is a closing of the enrollment gap in the best possible way. Everyone's doing better, but performance groups that were underperforming prior to the reform are performing just as well as their peers following the reform. The results for math are somewhat similar, though not quite as pronounced. We wanted to look at then, are students passing these courses? Now the students are enrolling, are they being successful? And again, we see the upward trend here as well. So for English composition and for math, we see the upward tick in 2014, and that continues into 2015 and 16. And again, we see the differential gains by race. So you see here that while all lines do trend upwards, they trend upward at a steeper slope for Black and Hispanic students. And again, while not as pronounced, they do hold in math. The slide that I think best captures this overall is this one here. This is looking at unadjusted raw numbers of students who take and pass Gateway courses in their first year. We aggregate this for pre-reform and post-reform. If you look at math, we see 10,000 more students taking and completing the college-level math course following the reform, a 31 percentage point increase. What you also notice here is that the percentage point increase for Black and Hispanic students is even greater. We're seeing greater gains for Black and Hispanic students. And we see similar things here in English as well. And again, while enrollment overall has trended up somewhat over this period, it has in no way trended up in the rate in which these students are taking and completing these courses. So in summary for you, in Florida, we found increased momentum for post-secondary success. We saw more students are passing college-level courses following the reform, and we see improved educational equity. The last thing that I'll leave you with here is that it's important to understand that the evaluation we're doing in Florida is through a suite of different educational interventions. What we found and what some scholars have shown is that when you do a lot of different things together, yes, it can be difficult to disentangle the individual impacts of each individual element, but at the end of the day, more students are being successful, and perhaps that's the most important outcome. And perhaps there's some sort of synergy in which these things interact together. More information about our work can be found on our website. In addition to computing these analyses, we've also visited 21 of the 28 colleges, many of them in multiple years. We have information from interviews that we've given with university administrators to talk a little bit more about what does implementation look like. I can talk about that or anything else you'd like later on in today's presentation. And if you do have additional questions, my contact information, as well as the rest of the center staff, are up here as well. So once again, thank you for having me here this morning, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Park-Gagan. Now I'd like to introduce two views from reform efforts from the Texas experience, one from a community college and one a four-year university. First is Mr. Randall Dawson from St. Philip's College of the Alamo Colleges District.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing St. Philip's College to come and present to you our take on the co-requisite model and the successes that we have had during the first year. Got a couple of my cohorts with me in the back, Dean Johnson and Dr. Gavin from the Communication and Learnings Department. So I appreciate them coming along with me. So just wanted to give you a brief overview and history of St. Philip's College, as well as some of the recent accolades that we recently earned. We began back in 1898 as a cooking and sewing school for girls that were daughters and granddaughters of former slaves. And we had a individual by the name of Artemisia Bowden that came in from the, we were formed from the St. Philip's St. Philip's Episcopal Church. She was brought in to lead the effort, took us from the small beginnings to an accredited junior college in her 52 years of leadership, and she retired in 1952. In 2015, she was named a saint of the Episcopal Church, and so she was recognized for her work through the Episcopal Church in 2015. We're very proud of that. We are also one of the oldest and most diverse colleges in the nation, not only the state. We are designated both historically Black and Hispanic serving, so we're very proud of that designation. For a 9-year journey, we were on to win the Quality Texas Foundation TAPE Award, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. So it took us 9 years, but we finally earned that award in 2018, so we're very proud of that for our systematic and organizational excellence. And then we also were named in the Aspen's Top 150 last year. The Alamo Colleges itself won the Malcolm Baldrige Award, which is the nation's highest earnings for organizational excellence. And so as a Alamo College, we are very proud of that honor as well. So again, we've made lots of strides in improving our organizational excellence at Alamo Colleges and at St. Philip's College. Some of our key metrics that I wanted to point out to you all, this is certified data from fall 2018. We had 11,590 students enrolled. That came out to 6,172 FTEs. You can see that we're heavily part-time students. Most of our students are a little bit older. They work, they have families. So the ratio there is about 10,000 to 1,500. We are in the East Side Promise Zone zip code, and 35% poverty rate is in that zip code, 10% unemployment rate in the zip code, And the teen birth rate is 4 times the national birth rate in our zip code. And we have a program on our campus called Baby Safe that is addressing unwanted teen pregnancies that has been on our campus now for 4 years through a U.S. grant. We are a very diverse and bilingual community. 30% of our adults over 25 do not have a high school diploma. 31% of our students are on Pell Grant receiving federal financial aid and considered economically disadvantaged. 61% of our students need developmental English. 73% need to be enrolled in either developmental English and/or math. Have a little slightly higher population of female students, 56% to 44%. Our ethnicity breakdown, 25% African American, 68% Hispanic, 6% white, and 1% other. One thing that we are also proud of is our recent gains in our 4-year full-time first-time in college students. We're at 32.5%. The very large community college average for the state of Texas is at 25%, and the state average overall is 24%. So at a glance, what are we doing in our co-requisite? Non-credit offering 8-hour refreshers, try to get students in them and see where they're at and try to push them up into either INRW 0420 or co-requisite English or English 1301. Of course, the INRW 0420 is a developmental college prep course. If they pass it successfully, does place them into the co-rec or English model, fulfilling the TSIA requirements. Our co-requisite English model offers 2 different options depending upon their level, their skill level that they score on. Either put them in a 1-hour lab that's the co-requisite or the 2-hour lab. Both courses are taught by the same instructor. They're linked together when the students register, so the students receive consistent instruction. Almost 80% of our students enrolled in co-requisite English courses in fall 2018, and 93% of them completed. We had a 69.6% persistence rate that came back. So our impact on students, course completion rate jumped from 68 to 93% from spring 18 to spring 19, and English 1301 increased from 70% to a little over 74%. And the pairing of the course with a co-requisite course focused on developmental pedagogy, allowing students to pass with an A, B, or C, which is considered the productive grade rate. So immersing these students in the co-requisite model helps them learn the value of the material they're learning and takes the additional instructional time. It is directly aligned with our institutional learning outcomes and course learning outcomes, and is targeted to the classes to motivate the students for success. Some of the opportunities and challenges: scheduling and pairing these courses for large number of students. We found that smaller class size works better. 22 is what we're shooting for. If the student has to take co-requisite math and co-requisite English, that is obviously going to take up a significant amount of their time, so that is a challenge for student scheduling. Also, a positive thing that came out of this was we looked at OERs, and so we are using OER in our co-requisite model to save students money on their textbooks. We are redesigning our strategies and providing professional development opportunities. Another challenge we have is traditionally English faculty have either been developmental English faculty only or college level faculty only, so we have to break that mold and make sure that all of our English faculty can teach this co-requisite model. So professional development is critical, and we're engaged with the Texas Co-Requisite Project, which of course looks at improving Texas co-requisites moving into the future. So I thank you for your time and be welcome to answer any questions at the conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I'd like to now introduce Dr. Polly Allred from Texas A&M Kingsville, who will discuss developmental ed reform efforts from a 4-year institution perspective. Texas A&M University Kingsville is also a recipient of our 2018 College Readiness and Success Models grant, a program funded as part of the Coordinating Board's $2.4 million legislative biennial appropriation for developmental education. Dr. Allred would also talk about how grant funding has supported their efforts.
Good morning. My name is Polly Allred, and I'm here to tell you about reform efforts at Texas A&M University Kingsville. I don't know how this works. Oh, did I turn it off? The right button. Okay, sorry, thanks. We are a regional university in South Texas with about 8,300 students, 82% of whom are undergraduates. Our undergraduate enrollment reflects the demographics of our region. 62% are Hispanic, 27% white, 5% African American, and 6% international students. We are proud to be a Hispanic-serving institution. Almost half of our students receive Pell Grants. Most of our freshmen are traditional students. In English, we already place 100% of developmental education students in co-requisite models, and we have for several years. In math last year, we placed 45% of developmental education students in co-requisite models. We have scaled up access for math this year to place 79% of our developmental education students in co-requisite models. We have some guiding philosophies in developmental education at Texas A&M University Kingsville. Once a student is admitted, they are a javelina. They belong here. We believe a student should choose their own major based on their goals and aspirations. Their initial readiness for math, reading, or writing shouldn't be a barrier to their future pursuits. The academic departments of mathematics and language and literature in the College of Arts and Sciences endeavor to provide access to and support for college-level coursework in the first year of college for all students. We have 2 levels of co-requisite support for English, both of which are structured as learning communities. Placement is based on multiple measures. Learning communities are linked courses taught back-to-back by the same English faculty member. These courses have engaging writing assignments, visits from various campus support services, and multiple one-on-one student-instructor conferences. Learning communities culminate in a student symposium with presentations that are enjoyed by all. Last year, 80% of developmental English students, all placed in co-requisite models, passed their college-level composition class in the same semester. We have 3 levels of developmental support for mathematics, which include a single traditional developmental education math course and 2 levels of co-requisite support. Placement is based on multiple measures. Developmental and co-requisite math courses are all taught by mathematics faculty members. Co-requisite math sections can be paired with any gateway math section. They are not linked. Co-requisite math students are commingled with college-ready math students in the gateway math course sections. Each co-requisite math section has a dedicated course-embedded supplemental instructor. Our students highly value these effective peer mentor tutors. Last year, 65% of co-requisite math students passed a gateway college-level math course in the same semester. Math scaled up some last year to place 45% of developmental math students in co-requisite models, and we have scaled up even further this year to place 79% of developmental math students in co-requisite models. CRSM 2018 grant funding has supported our reform and co-requisite scaling efforts by providing the following important program components: a developmental math course curriculum redesigned by math faculty to serve all emerging math pathways, course-embedded supplemental tutors or instructors assigned in all co-requisite sections of math, technology for English learning communities, crucial professional development opportunities, English writing assignments redesigned by faculty for great student engagement. As a result of ongoing reform efforts, we now have more student participation and engagement and higher success rates, better collaboration and coordination and better instruction, co-requisite access for a higher percentage of developmental math students, and nearly double the overall pass rate for developmental math over the passing rate of 5 years ago. We still have more good work to do to provide equitable access to our co-rec models and to ensure first semester success for all students, but we're happy to get to that work. We're grateful for the support from the coordinating board, not only for the very valuable grant funding, but for this invitation to come share about our efforts. My colleague from the Department of Language and Literature, Dr. Jody Marine, is here with me to help answer any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Allred. what impressive examples of how Texas institutions are addressing developmental education reform efforts, and not to mention also our friends over in Florida. So far, we've discussed what we've learned from the past. You've heard from Florida and 2 Texas institutions and their developmental reform outcomes. So how can we transform the future? Specifically, how did we do as a state with implementation of House Bill 2223? The biggest takeaway here is that when you compare the red bars representing students enrolled in co-requisite models to the blue bars representing students not enrolled in co-requisite models, students entering at community and technical colleges who were enrolled in co-requisites have significantly better outcomes than those who were not. The pattern is similar for universities and also for 2-semester outcomes. As more students are enrolled in co-requisite models, we see significant impact on first college-level course completions. Approximately 11,500 more successful first college-level course completions when comparing pre- and post-House Bill 2223 co-requisite implementation. While this slide represents statewide data, we will also be sending to each institution data on how their students performed in co-requisite models so that they can use the data in their continuous improvement efforts to help scale and enhance their models. I'd like to conclude the formal part of our presentation by reviewing the recommendations from the statewide developmental education plan presented to the board and approved at the January 2019 meeting. First, we want to emphasize that we will continue to closely monitor the outcomes for co-requisite models and other developmental ed reform efforts, including longitudinal data, how they succeed in subsequent college courses, their persistence, and completion and graduation rates. If trends continue, we will consider recommending scaling to 100% co-requisites by 2023. We will continue to work very closely with our colleagues at the Texas Workforce Commission to help ensure all community and technical colleges have adult education options for those lower skilled students. These options are free to students, and they help promote a smooth transition to additional educational opportunities. We will work very closely with our counterparts at the Texas Education Agency to scale and enhance the college preparatory course so all high school students have an opportunity by their senior year to meet TSI college readiness by the time they graduate. We will continue to work with institutions so that lessons learned from serving underprepared students are also applied to any students who are struggling, even those who are college ready. Additional recommendations, including working very closely with institutions to further explore the use of technology and to review evidence-based practices that show additional ways of demonstrating college readiness, including use of multiple measures such as high school GPA. While reform efforts in developmental education clearly are impacting momentum and success for Texas students, I also want to acknowledge that these efforts are not happening in a vacuum. The efforts from our colleagues working with the regional pathways, efforts from the Texas Success Center, Houston's GPS, Dallas's Commit, Amarillo's No Excuses, these are just examples, together with developmental education reforms, that are all indeed having an impact on 60 by 30 Tex goals. Based on what you've heard today on national, statewide, local efforts and outcomes, we are seeking guidance from the board on ways to move forward. We want to be sure that the board is comfortable and that we are on the right track in addressing this very important population of students. We appreciate your feedback and are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Mr. Raven?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and thank you all for your presentation. Dr. Morales-Vale, on the first page where you talk about 58% of first-time entering students were college ready, and I assume by the note on the slide that this is just a snapshot from one university or one college in the state of Texas, correct?
This is statewide data.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're looking at statewide data, and we disaggregate by the two-year colleges, the community and technical colleges versus the universities. So the middle chart is statewide, and then the two on the side are broken out statewide, and then broken out by two-year colleges versus four-year universities. But all
okay.
of this is statewide data.
Okay, so I guess then the note at the bottom confuses me because it says, numbers are calculated with uncertified data from one institution whose data was not certified at time of publication.
Yes, that just means that the statewide data does not have data from one institution, so it's not
Okay.
completely certified. Generally, the practice is we do not release data to be certified unless all institutions have reported their data.
Okay.
Sometimes there's some local reporting issues that delay, but we don't want to delay the outcomes for the entire state based on one institution.
And I'm sure you covered this while I was out, but how does Texas compare with the rest of the country in terms of numbers? 58% compared to, say, other countries in the union.
It's very much aligned. Dr. Park-Gagan, I don't know if you want to talk about Florida as another example, but also as a developmental ed researcher.
We're upwards of 71% in Florida. So
71?
71. So
And-
the numbers in general are somewhere in the 60s is fairly common across the country. So you were, I guess, slightly lower, but again, pretty much on comparison with the rest of the country.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the TSIA test, it says at some point, well, all non-exempt, I guess high school students have to take that test, that go to college? Is that right? That intend to go to college?
Yes. So a number of students earn qualifications or earn exemptions from being tested on that particular test through a number of efforts. For example, they took the SAT or the ACT.
I see.
They
Okay.
were they participated in dual credit programs or on-ramps programs. So these are opportunities. They scored a 3 or better on an AP test.
I got you.
So these
Yeah,
are
'cause I-
IB. So these are all
Right.
different ways while students are in high school, and even for students who have been out for a while and want to come back, that they can earn exemptions from being tested. So the TSIA is only for those students who, by the time they enter, have not yet found a way to demonstrate college readiness.
And so if the score on the SAT or, whatever was too low, well, then they have to take the TSIA.
That would be one way also, yes.
So tell me, what I guess I don't understand is in a developmental education course, I understand that, you get college credit for it.
Actually,
but-
okay, so the nuance is you do get credit for taking it, and when I say credit, it does apply towards financial aid. So students who get financial aid and qualify for financial aid have to generally to get the full-time, the amount for the full-time. Developmental education courses do count towards that full-time status. However, because they are pre-college level, these are basically high school courses on steroids, they don't count towards a degree or certificate.
Oh, okay, I probably misspoke. Okay, but the co-requisite courses do count, don't they?
Yes,
Towards a
because-
degree?
Yes, so what happens with a co-requisite, the part that counts towards the degree is the college level course component.
Right, and so my question is, on a co-requisite course, and that model seems to work, that's kind of the message, right? That's the
Absolutely.
soundbite. What happens in that course? I mean, is there like this, this college, math or English portion, and then there's tutorial stuff? In other words, is it like twice the amount of effort or time? Or so I guess just give us a little granular feel for what a co-requisite course would look like to a student.
Sure. So, and I can offer my summary of that. The main thing that we believe that causes a co-requisite to be successful is the just-in-time support. In the old traditional model, they took a number of developmental education courses, and then finally, after a number of semesters, were able to enroll in the college level course. Now, if you're like me, you had the stuff years ago or semesters ago. Now you're in the college level course. Do you actually remember everything that you went over? So in a co-requisite model, it happens at the same time. So for example, you go to the college level math class Monday from 8 to 9. One of the models is that right after that, you stay after for additional hour or up to an hour. You go over what you went over in the college level course. You have additional time on task. Sometimes the facilitator will ask, well, what was the muddiest point? What did you not get? And so at that point, they try to address it and explain the question at the point they had it when they covered in the college level course. So those connections, that just-in-time connection, prevents students from getting behind. They're always, they always have that opportunity to be caught up. There are also a number of different variations. Sometimes it's supplemental instruction, and that shows to be super successful. As my colleague from A&M Kingsville noted, that's when a student who successfully completed the course will come back and act as a peer tutor. So they attend the class, so they know exactly what issues are addressed during that week of learning outcomes, and then they meet with a group of students afterwards, and instead of, some students, they don't necessarily want to talk to their professor about the questions, but they have a tutor who is another student, him or herself, who went through the course successfully, and they're able to address those questions. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to add on information why, or a summary of why they would like to, why the co-requisites are successful.
I can describe kind of more what it looks like. There's different tiers of support depending on the needs of the student. So somebody in mathematics, say, who's very close to being college ready, would need less support. So they could register for a very cost-effective 1-credit lab, support lab that meets twice a week. The faculty member would provide support in the form of mentoring and intrusive tutoring, checking on the student, providing instruction about basic success skills, like this is how to navigate this system, this is how to be a college student, and I can also help you with your math. And so basically, I'm a math faculty member, and I'm also going to teach you how to be a freshman math student and help you with your college level freshman math class. So that's for somebody who's close to being college ready. Somebody who's further away from being college ready in math needs more support and actual direct instruction. So they need extended learning time. They need more instruction. So they need actual curriculum, additional curriculum that supports their success in the college level class. So they need an aligned curriculum, so they might need another actual class taught at the same time. But it's taught concurrently.
Yeah, and okay, so it sounds expensive. I mean, important, but expensive. In other words, like to do all this extra stuff.
To the student or?
To the university.
Can be. It's not free.
Right, but I guess, but what, if in a co-requisite, say, English course, where you have this tutor stuff going on, you only get 3 hours of formula funding, in essence, right? But you have to do all this other stuff. Maybe the financial incentive, I'm just curious, would be, well, you get to keep that student.
Yes.
You guys, does that make sense?
I would
Definitely.
think,
So what happens is the developmental ed component, the support component that goes together with the college credit course, yes, you get formula funding. You also get formula funding for the developmental ed component.
So you get both?
Yes.
Right.
Even in a co-requisite
Yes.
course? I see.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So in the one model that Dr. Allred described, 3 credit hours of college level math, 3 credit hour of the support class, the developmental ed support class, that's 6 hours of formula funding.
But with co-requisite, you still get an extra formula, a bit of the formula for the developmental portion.
Generally, my understanding is it's the same.
Okay. Yeah. But you understand, Commissioner Item, you might have a perspective on this.
Yeah, so just a comment and then a follow-up question also. So my understanding is that, it is going to be a little more resource intensive to provide effective co-requisite courses, but it's more cost effective for the student dramatically increases the likelihood that the student is going to be able to progress in their program. And also, but I wanted to highlight something that came up just in passing in Dr. Aldred's testimony. You mentioned that at the same time that you're shifting to more of a co-requisite program, you've also been intentional about redesigning those developmental courses so they're
Yes.
relevant to multiple mathematics pathways. And could you
And
say
not
something
redundant.
about that also, because that's also an important point, I think, for the board to understand.
Oh, well, we have intentionally redesigned our developmental offerings so that they serve all emerging math pathways. College algebra is, of course, still the gateway math course that most students take, but more often now students are choosing majors that need elementary statistics, which is becoming a more relevant entry-level math course to many majors. And math for business and economics is more in demand. So over the next few years, we're going to see higher demand for those math pathways and perhaps also a quantitative literacy or quantitative reasoning pathway as well. So we intentionally want our developmental offerings to support those emerging math pathways that are relevant to all majors.
Just to follow up, if I could, just to reflect back. So Texas institutions are part of an important national movement to try to re-specify the mathematics pathways so they're more relevant to students' interests, career aspirations, their academic pathways. So the traditional model of developmental education, you could argue, had two major strikes against it. First is you might have to take and pay for and take out debt for multiple courses that were essentially high school courses before you're able to earn credit at all. The second big problem would be that it's that traditional developmental ed course might be sort of a forced march through college algebra, which might or might not be relevant to your pathways and your interests. So schools like A&M Kingsville are combining some important insights and innovations on both fronts. So both working on shifting to a co-requisite model and working on making those courses more relevant to students' pathways. Would that be fair reflection? And of course,
That's our
the
intent.
community colleges across Texas are also very active in the shift.
Yes, St. Philip's College is very active in doing the same thing. We have a lot of workforce, career, and technical programs, and so we're gearing our math pathways to be what they need to learn to be a plumber, to be an HVAC, to be an aircraft mechanic.
That's helpful, but I'm just going to belabor the point. I'm just going to don't understand it. So we're asked the question again. In a co-requisite course, right, where you described it as they take the normal math course, college math course, whatever that is, and then hopefully it's the one that leads to a pathway that to whatever the field they want to do. But there's this sort of variation. There's this tutor component, right? It's either a tutor inside, peer tutor there, or maybe a class afterwards that, they kind of refresh, where do you have any questions, all that stuff. So say the co-requisite course, the math course, you have 3 hours of college credit. You get paid by the formula for the 3 hours plus the additional time, or is it just the 3 hours?
It's the 3 hours plus whatever the additional time is.
Okay.
And that additional time could be one, even less than one semester credit hour equivalent, 2 or 3 generally. 3, 2 is the most common right now, but the institution does get the formula funding for that part as well.
Got it. Okay, so I mean, that's just a critical piece, because otherwise, it's a great thing. It seems to work. It's critical to have non-college ready kids to get through and get a degree or a certificate. But if you don't get paid for it, it's probably not going to happen. So that's my question. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for asking those questions, because I may have needed one of these requisite courses myself, because I'm slowly catching up, and I think I got it at this. Who enforces HB 2223? What teeth does it have, or what accountability does it have to the legislature, or?
That's a great question. There was nothing expressly written in the statute in terms of enforcement. It does outline, and it says by 2021, institutions who have students enrolled in developmental education must have 75% of those students in a co-requisite model. We monitor that. We share the outcomes with institutions. For the fall 2018, which was the initial semester of implementation, 70% overall in Texas of institutions met that first threshold.
So our job, so we, coordinating board, monitors progress.
Yes.
And reports to the legislature on
Yes.
the results.
Yes. In fact, the developmental ed report that I referenced that was shared in January did have in the appendices every institution and how they performed in terms of the statutory requirement to meet the 25% threshold, broken out by math and reading, writing.
And then who trains the schools? I mean, we've heard some great best practices here today. Who trains other schools who are catching up or trying to come up with good ideas? What program is there to educate the educators on how to combine, both cohorts, and how do you, and what works the best, the most efficient, et cetera?
Yes, we are very fortunate that the legislature does support us. I mentioned the over $2 million that we receive biennially. We have put out often a grant for professional development. Our current recipient is Austin Community College. We are working also very closely with a number of other groups who have expertise with the faculty co-pairing. So as you mentioned, the credit faculty and the developmental ed faculty, teaching how those faculty can work together to optimize the co-requisite. Advising is key, as Dr. Toby Park-Gagan mentioned, that advising is another component that Florida has spent a lot of time and effort. You've got to improve that, and we're continually working on that. So that's another component.
I mean, it seems to me that's the key. Otherwise, it's every man for himself, making it up as you go to try and do the best.
Absolutely. So our partners, in fact, we have a number of initiatives each semester. We have a website that actually is Austin Community College's website for the Texas Co-Requisite Project, which outlines all of the opportunities. We try to make it as cost-effective for institutions. They may have to contribute to travel, but otherwise the opportunities are free or almost very close to free for faculty.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, it seems like this program is crucial to our 60 by 30 Texas plan. I mean, it seems like if we got to tackle at this level so I would encourage everybody to push this. Is it feasible when an institution comes before us requesting a program modification or a new program? Is it feasible for us to ask them to report at that time as part of their submission their progress on HB 2223? Is that reasonable or technically?
Commissioner, I don't know if I do know there's one. The only little thing that I know is that institutions pushed back on PhD program approval in undergraduate graduation rates and success. In other words, Dr. Predis had kind of a concern that, well, if you have a bunch of PhD programs, undergraduates tend to get sort of ignored. And so he wanted to put that in there, in other words, undergraduate success as a marker or a criterion, or one of the things you look at when you approve, the coordinating board approves a PhD program. The institutions did not like that. So I don't know about adding this other requirement.
Not really as a criteria, but just as a report, the sooner we can get all the schools up to speed and performing, the better it is for all of us.
And it wouldn't be a burden on the institutions because we have that data here.
Right.
We already have the data in terms of how they performed and participated in the co-requisite requirements.
So when somebody's before us, we could ask you that question to report to us on
Absolutely,
how
we
they're
could,
doing on
yes.
that, just to,
As an information, Commissioner, you have a comment?
Just a quick comment that one of the things already that we're talking about with the team, with Dr. Morales-Vale, and is how we can accelerate the adoption of and this and other evidence-based practices for improving students' college readiness. So we can report back to the board kind of what some of the components are that are going to be required so that we can better support the institutions in being able to accelerate that adoption.
great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. But the bottom line, Mr. Wilson is absolutely right. I mean, this is a critical component of getting to 60 by 30 Texas goals. And so anyway, assuming no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. It was a very important informational piece for the board.
Thank you for your time today.
Let's see, next item on the agenda is the recognition of excellence. Recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and the outstanding institutional programs around our state. Today, we have the pleasure of recognizing for excellence, Mr. Richard Leslie, coordinator of the Center of Teaching and Learning and project director, Perkins Leadership Grant at McClellan Community College. Mr. Leslie will make a presentation on the college's work on ADA compliance. Mr. Leslie, thank you for being here today. We look forward to hearing about your work.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. On behalf of McClellan Community College, we're honored that we were chosen for this. Let me perhaps set the stage just a little bit. And this is a quote that was included in all three of our grants. And it looks at the fact that we're required by federal law to do accessibility training and accessibility for our students. And it's very, very important that we do so. 10 years ago, we were still doing some of this stuff, but it wasn't really what I would say was on the radar. If you look at in the last 7 years or so, you see that a lot of national organizations now have certificate programs that they're putting in there, and these programs can be quite expensive to go through. So training and for faculty, training for staff, and ultimately training for our students is important when we start looking at these things. Let me set the stage just a little bit here. Federal law mandates some of this stuff, and it can be a complicated process to try to figure out what we're supposed to be doing on these things. The Americans with Disabilities Act states that public entities must provide accommodations and provide compliance. When we look at the Rehab Act of 1973, it specifically says that colleges and universities had to provide accommodation for their services, program, and activities. And 508 sets accessibility standards. Those accessibility standards are in the Access Board standards. And it basically points to web accessibility as a standard, but then goes on to say that take out the word web page and insert the word document. And that kind of is where we get to the fact that if we've got documents in our classes or if we've got documents in our learning management systems, they have to be compliant. They have to be accessible for all students. You then have to look at the W3C standards, which is where it really spells out what we're supposed to do for all of these things. So you can see it's a very complicated path for schools to find out what it is they're supposed to be doing as far as accommodations. This was kind of the rationale for all three of the grants that we've received. First off, federal law, as I said, makes this have to be a requirement. But We've also know from internal research, and been a board member for Texas Distance Learning Association, have been involved in several committees over there, that many campuses don't have internal policies for this, other than we have a disability office and we have a disability statement that we do. So compliance for these things can be very, very expensive, and they do require a particular set of skills in order to know what it's going to take to make documents compliant. We also know, as I mentioned, that training programs for faculty and staff can be very, very expensive. So trying to find a way to mitigate some of that expense was something that we were interested in. And in terms of the 60 by 30, there's an underserved disabled special population out there that needs to have the same equal access to success in our educational institutions, and that requires that we have fully compliant course and degree programs. So as we're looking at our third round of the grant here, one of the things that we're looking at is how do we sustain this? How do we keep this momentum going, and how do we keep up to date on the latest technology, the latest requirements, and things like that? So that's kind of where we're at, and that's kind of the rationale. If you look at the grant's focus that we've had so far, the first was to build a set of policies and procedures that we could use internally as we're looking at course compliance. The second was to build training modules, self-paced online training modules that would allow, that would be freely shareable, would allow any college to take them, throw them up in their LMS or however they decided to present them, that would train faculty, staff, and students on how to do compliance. And the third, again, is where we're at now, and that is to look at sustainability and tracking and dissemination on our campus. Because it's one thing to create online courses or to create a set of courses that are compliant, but if students and advisors don't know about what those courses are, then it doesn't do a whole lot of good, because we can't get the students into those. So one of the things that we also are focused on, again, on this third round is how can we track the courses? How can we disseminate these courses to our campus advisors? Of course, none of this stuff happens with just one person. So we have a college team. You can see that we have two people from our interpreting area that handle a lot of the captioning duties, or I should say supervise a lot of the captioning duties. We also have some people from our Cynthia Wagner and Crystal Neville, who are from our computer information systems and office technology, where we draw students to do document compliance. Now, student workers are hired as temporary part-time hourly employees by the college, and that allows us to mitigate some of the FERPA issues, shall we say. It also allows us to hold them to a higher standard than we would for work studies. They are cross-trained in both document compliance and captioning. One of the other thing that we have is we have a series of partnerships with other colleges that provide us with, let me get to this point, provide us with review and feedback for our projects. Within the last year's grant, they also attended the Accessing Higher Ground conference in Denver, which provides kind of some foundational ADA information for them. They came this summer to a training day that we had on our campus where we basically gave them an intense 8-hour workshop on how we do our policies and procedures and how we do our training. And they had to apply our compliance model to one of their courses so that they could prove that they kind of got it. This is a list of the ones we had. Alamo College District, San Antonio College. We had them the first year only, and then I think they had some other things that went on. So we picked up, and we had Texas State Technical College also as one of our partners, has been one of our partners for all three grants. Last year and this year, we have Blinn, Temple, and Vernon added into the mix. One of the things we're also proud of is that, and this kind of addresses the marketable skills under 60 by 30, is we have an institutional award. The students that go through our training program and then put in the hours to prove competencies and to get their skills up are eligible for a digital resource accessibility award that it gets put on their transcript. Before we started this, we had done some searches on monster.com, among other job search places like that, and found that there were 500 plus jobs in Texas alone where these skills would be applicable, where a student that could prove that they had the skills would qualify for some of those jobs. And so that was something that we really wanted to focus on. We think it's a unique thing to our program. In order to obtain this award, they have to go through our training programs. They have to do intense captioning of videos. They have to review the caption material. They have to create ADA compliant documents and files. And some of our students that have been here for quite some time have also moved into supervisory position over some of our other students as well, which we think is valuable. Again, this is kind of put onto their college transcript. Another thing I would say is as we moved towards last year's grant period, they also helped provide some of the training when we had the partners on campus and have actually contributed some of the documents that we have and research that we have on our online courses for training. This is a URL that goes to our, and I don't know if I can get it up on the screen here or not. I'm guessing that either I have done something wrong. Okay. This is how we disseminate this. We have a website off of, well, it's coming up now. We have a website off of our college website where we can store, and I'm not, there we go. It's just kind of slow there. Pick the first one. If somebody else has got a mouse, pick the first one there. This is where we had our policies and procedures. We divided this up, so if people wanted to kind of see some of the things here, if you'll click on the gray square along the top of the menu now, or excuse me, go back up on the breadcrumb trail next to home, above the gray square, where it says the second item, the grant. Okay. Go back there. The second item on the breadcrumb, there we go. And then go to the second one about the ADA compliance training for work of compliance. And then choose the document compliance word link there. You can see that we have packaged this up as a full set of files that anybody that doesn't have an LMS, or if they have an LMS that's not supported by the export package, can then unpack that and create their own training program. They can use all or some of the documents if they so choose to. Okay, can we get back to the presentation? Okay, finally, these are the outcomes that we've got from the 3 years of this grant. By the end of this year, we will have 20 workforce courses that we brought into compliance. We have a downloadable set of policies and procedures. We have 4 downloadable self-paced training modules that include separate files that contain all the source files from those training modules. We've done 2 webinars on the grant deliverables. There are 2 more that are planned. We've done numerous presentations at Texas Distance Learning Association and at TACTI. We currently have 4 student workers who have qualified for the diploma endorsement, and we anticipate that we will have 2 to 3 more by the end of this grant period. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? So tell me, the Perkins grant thing, is that a leadership grant? Is that state or federal?
It's a federal grant, but it's administered by the coordinating board. We apply for that through the coordinating board.
I see. And the goal here is really to work through these ADA compliant issues and then kind of spread the word on procedures and systems that other institutions can use.
That's correct. There are different Perkins Leadership Grants that have different focuses, but ours was primarily on that ADA issue and trying to address the needs of various institutions across the state that don't have a system to address these things.
Yeah, because I would imagine some of this stuff is expensive. I mean, so
Well-
if you can blaze a trail, it would be useful to other institutions.
I can give you an example that the Texas Distance Learning Association has a certificate in ADA compliance, and I believe it runs between $650 to $900 for that program. There are comparable charges that are from the Online Learning Consortium does, and several other institutions do.
Interesting.
Stuart, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
For the self-paced training modules, are those adaptable for any size institution, or does
They
it have
are.
to- They are.
They are. If the export, we believe, will go into everything except Blackboard at the moment, and for some reason, Blackboard does not pull it in correctly. Blackboard says it should. They blame it on Brightspace. So, which is part of why we created a file that contains all the source material and a course map as to how to put it together. Plus, we recognize that some institutions may not want to have the full course modules. They may want to use bits and pieces of it because the material that's contained within that has handouts, it has videos, it has a lot of source material and resources in it. So they may decide to use some or all of it, and we'd rather leave that in their hands to make those decisions.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Leslie. Appreciate the presentation and the update on probably a complicated issue and a challenge for institutions around the state.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's see. Our next section is matters relating to the full board. I think it's going to be short because agenda items 6A, 1 through 3, 6B, and 6C were approved on consent. So the next item, Mr. Anwar, is matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accounting, and Planning, chaired by Javed Anwar. So, Javed. So you're up.
While we're taking a break, Mr. Raven, while you were out, we elected you to various positions. Just wanted to advise you of that, so.
I guess the message there is always, you should never leave the room, right? Well, thank you very much. I look forward to it.
Congratulations, Sir Secretary.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for the matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accounting, and Planning. The agenda item 7B is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accounting, and Planning. We do not have any public testimony. We move on to agenda item 7C is a presentation of the preliminary head count for fall 2019. Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Planning and Funding Division, will provide a presentation and is available to answer any question. This item is for information only. Dr.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Every fall, the Coordinating Board requests preliminary head counts from all of our public higher education institutions as well as our private nonprofit institutions. Preliminary headcount is a leading indicator for many higher education priorities, including completion, attainment, and funding calculations. So it's important information we've gathered for decades. It also happens to be one of our most popular data reports because I think institutions are interested also to see what enrollments look like early on at their peer and neighboring institutions. The enrollment data will be certified in December and available in early 2020. So we're going to hear about preliminary counts today. Our certified data will be available in December. And between our preliminary and certified data reporting, we used to see a sizable drop in enrollments, but in the last few years that drop has lessened. And last year, the preliminary and certified counts were essentially the same. And I think some of that is probably related to the fact that we have more two-year colleges offering 8-week courses. And with that second 8-week session, those enrollments don't come into us with the preliminary headcount enrollment because the institutions are not yet aware of who's going to be showing up for that second 8-week section. So we'll see what happens this year, but we are seeing some trends change. So this slide shows the results of our preliminary collection, and we compared this to the certified enrollment for fall 2018. Overall, we're showing an approximately 1% increase, and it's about 12,500 more students enrolled than in fall 2018. The largest rate of growth we saw was at public health-related institutions, and we actually call those HRIs. And we think this could be, in part, the result of our new medical schools, because they're now enrolling more classes of students. So, for example, for Dell, RGV, they've got a second class of students who have come in. We see small increases at our two-year public institutions in terms of this fall's data, and we see a slight drop in enrollment at our private, not-for-profit institutions, what we call our independent institutions. It's less than 1%. We saw a similar drop for those institutions last year. And although the preliminary enrollment numbers are lower than we'd like to see, the national patterns suggest that enrollments are dropping. I did take a look at the National Student Clearinghouse reports for last fall and spring. There are no national reports out yet in terms of fall enrollments, but looking at that data, the spring enrollments were down about 2 percentage points, and they were down about 1.5%, or actually 1.5% in fall 2018. So we're moving up slightly. We're seeing drops in other states. In terms of enrollment growth by demographic groups, the decreases shown here for Hispanic and African American students enrollments are concerning. However, our preliminary enrollments are less precise than our final certified data, so the large increases you see in the other category may include some students from these categories once we get the more detailed data. Our other category includes students reported as unknown, international, Asian, multiracial, and other categories. So in recent years, for example, the final certified data for our Hispanic students has been a bit higher than we see in our preliminary counts. The percent of male enrollment is flat from last year. As I noted, we have a target under our completion goal to increase completions for our male students. And I apologize because I believe didn't get the right slide, that's okay. Male enrollments can be a helpful indicator for male completions, and this year the percentage of males is holding steady at 43%, the rate which we saw in fall 2018. In fall 2016 and 17, we actually observed drops in the rate of male enrollment. And our 60 by 30 text plan under completion, we do have targets that focus on male enrollment, male completion, Hispanic completion, African American completion, and completion for economically disadvantaged students, which I wanted to mention. So it's really important for us to look carefully at these areas in terms of what our enrollments look like with our preliminary counts. So this slide shows what our enrollment patterns have looked like at public colleges and universities since 2000. It highlights the increase we saw at community colleges last year, which slowed this year. Although the preliminary enrollments last year for community colleges showed about 29,000 more students, when we got the certified data in December, it became clear that all of the increase we saw in the preliminary enrollments last year at community colleges was an increase in dual credit students. In fact, dual credit students were up about 33,000 last year in terms of our two-year colleges. We won't know this year of the increase we're seeing at the two-year colleges
if that increase is affiliated with dual credit increases until we get the December data. So that's something we'll look for. This slide shows enrollment by region. We saw slight declines in areas where we might have expected it, and the only region that was something of a surprise was Central Texas. Generally, we don't see drops there. Something we'll probably look at more carefully as we get more data. We'll also, when we get our final data, be able to look at where students from each of these regions are choosing to enroll, and sometimes that sheds some light on some of our regional changes in terms of patterns. So to summarize, our preliminary headcount enrollment suggests steady but slowing growth at public universities and community colleges, a slight decrease at private not-for-profit institutions, and a larger percentage increase at health-related institutions. Drops in enrollments for African American and Hispanic students are of some concern. And finally, these early counts are not particularly surprising given enrollments have dropped in recent years at the national level. We will look more closely at the patterns in Texas and nationally once the final 2019 fall data is available. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Is there any discussion or questions, please? Go ahead.
Chairman, Dr. Eklund, a couple of your slides I had questions about. In terms of the slide 2, page 2, the decreases in Hispanic and African American role of concern, and
yes.
In terms of the number of students who potentially could be enrolled, I guess, as compared to what the actual numbers are, can we track that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what do
well,
those
we can
numbers
track
tell
it
us?
in terms of, and my next presentation will actually tie in directly to that. We can look for public high school graduates and see who is enrolled, or we can look overall at our populations of, for example, 18 to 24-year-old students in our various demographic groups and see what percentage are enrolled. So we're able to look more carefully to try to understand what patterns are changing.
Okay.
We don't know specifically who, it's hard to get too specific on that except for the high school to college enrollments.
Sure. And then my second question is related to your slide on gender.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of high school graduating students, is it 57-43 versus male female? Is that or
Yes.
even in high school?
Oh, I'm sorry, in high school. No, in high school, when we see the high school graduates, it's actually fairly close in terms of gender. We really start to see, in terms of graduates, we start to see real differences in terms of our college enrollment, and then we also see differences in terms of our college completion.
So is it a fair statement to say that we lose a larger percentage of males than females from high school to college?
Mm-hmm.
And have we been able to determine, like, what are the top 3 reasons for that?
Well, again, I think my next presentation might shed some light on that because I do address some of those males coming out of high school and who's enrolling and who's not, and some reasons for that. So,
Thank you very much.
timely questions.
Thank you, Ms.
Go ahead.
And so on your graph on page 6, I mean, what's interesting about the graph is obviously, well, I think the message is, at least at 2-year colleges, in a recession,
Yes.
when people can't find jobs, they maybe tend to go to school.
Absolutely.
But then the rest of the upward slope, that's just statewide growth, right, in population?
That's correct. I think you could affiliate, and we're able to look at growth in population and then look at growth in enrollment and see if the population growth pretty much accounts for all the growth or not. We haven't for these new data, but that's something we'd be happy to look at.
Okay.
Any other? Move on to agenda item 7D is a 60 by 30 data inside high school to higher education data. Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding, will provide a presentation and will be available to answer any question. This item is for information only. Dr. Eklund, please.
Thank you. And as I just mentioned, this next presentation will provide additional details on factors that contribute to our lack of progress on the percentage of public high school graduates enrolling directly in higher education the following fall. So this is information we shared with the board this summer and with our annual 60 by 30 text progress report, that we're actually stagnant in terms of our direct high school to college enrollment.
So the 60 by 30 text plan is comprised of 4 student-centered goals to be achieved by 2030. The completion goal is second here, and the completion goal counts the number of certificates and degrees conferred at Texas institutions. The state goal is to award 550,000 in 2030. So of course it'll be cumulative. We hope to build to that. In academic year 2018, 341,000 completions were awarded, degrees and certificates were awarded. And here's the slide that I actually was thinking about before it's in this presentation. So this slide actually shows the targets under our completion goal. You can see the Hispanic, African American, and male and economically disadvantaged completion, and finally the high school to college enrollment, which is what we're focusing on here. The direct enrollment rate, a target under the completion goal, has remained at 52% for the last 3 years. We are well short of our 2030 target of 65% of our public high school grads enrolling directly in Texas higher education. In fact, the current percentage has actually decreased slightly since the plan's inception. To try to better understand this stagnation, we'll look at shifts in demographics, high school graduates who apply to college but don't enroll, labor market participation, and other factors. I'll also share some hypotheses that don't appear to have a significant impact on direct college enrollment, but are often raised. And I'll conclude with some strategies and opportunities for action. So why is direct enrollment important? Well, there are clearly wage or earnings benefits for students who enter and complete college programs in a timely programs overall, but the timing of that enrollment is also important. Students who enroll immediately after high school graduation have higher rates of ever attending college, college readiness, and certificate and degree completion. When students enter and complete more quickly, they begin gaining those wage benefits earlier. And students who enroll in college directly are less likely to face conflicts from work and family commitments than are students who delay. In the most recent year, the direct high school to college enrollment rate fell statewide by almost 1 percentage point. There were also decreases in 7 of the 10 regions, including large decreases in rural areas like West Texas, Upper Rio Grande, and the Northwest. None of the regions increased, although 3 regions, the rate was essentially flat, and that's the Metroplex, Upper East, and Gulf Coast. What we have seen are increases in the number of high school graduates enrolling in college every year since 2015. The number enrolling directly in college, which you can see in the top line of the table, has increased by about 13,000 students since 2015. However, at the same time, the number of public high school graduates has increased by much more, about 32,000, which results in a 1 percentage point decrease in the rate. Large increases in the number of public high school graduates stem from 2 factors. The first is that Texas has a young and rapidly growing population. The second is that high school graduations have increased from 86% in 2011 to 90% in 2017. So we've really seen increases there as well. The share of public high school graduates who are Hispanic has grown as well, and that's by 2 percentage points since the start of the plan. Hispanic students make up 50% of all Texas public high school graduates. Because Hispanic, African American, and economically disadvantaged students enroll at lower rates, as these populations grow, we will continue to see decreases unless we improve the college-going rates for these groups, which all have targets under the completion goal, as I mentioned. So I think that gets back to Mr. Raven's question. These populations have lower enrollment rates. As these populations grow, we may see a decrease in enrollments, and that's why we are very concerned if we in terms of looking at our preliminary data, that we have seen decreases for these populations. So direct high school to college enrollment rates for Hispanic graduates were at 49% in these recent data, 47% for African American students, 53% for white students, and 69% for Asian and other students, and that's for the 2018 graduates. So the next explanatory factor that we studied relates to what's sometimes called summer melt, where students apply, they're accepted, but they never enroll in higher education. So in addition to the 52% of grads who we found enrolled in higher education, 21% applied to college but did not enroll. So this percentage of summer melt students has been on the rise. Summer melt students have demonstrated an interest and taken many steps to apply to college. And so we believe this group is a ripe population for additional support to help achieve our targets under the plan. In fact, if all students who applied also enrolled the following fall, the direct college enrollment rate would exceed 65%, which is what you see here. The next factor we explored was labor market participation. 48% of high school graduates are not found in college in Texas the fall after graduation. About 25% of those students are found employed when we match to our employment wage records. Male high school graduates are more likely to be in the workforce. For all race ethnicity groups, males are less likely to enroll in higher education, as we saw with the earlier presentation. Graduates may be employed or enrolled, but not appear due to some of our data limitations. I want to be sure to point that out. Students who are high school graduates who are self-employed, who join the military, or are employed out of state would not appear in our employment data. We wouldn't be able to match them. We also aren't able to match students who attend, or we have been able to match in the past. We've had a little lag. We're going to be able to do it in the future. Those students who choose to attend higher education out of state. The only other thing I do want to add is sometimes people ask me about career schools, because this target focuses on students who are going into our public and not-for-profit higher education institutions. We have a bit of a lag with the data in terms of the career schools. We just collect once yearly. When we do have that data and we match back to see who was enrolling directly from high school into those for-profit career schools, we only see about 1%. Generally, the folks who are enrolling at those schools have been out of high school for a while. So even though unemployment has been at record low levels, we haven't seen big changes in labor market participation among our high school grads. The percentage of those grads who are employed but not enrolled has increased just about 1% since 2015, or by about 10,000 people. Median wages for high school graduates are relatively low at just over $14,000 per year. Wages have increased modestly, just about 3% since the start of the plan. We infer that neither growing rates of employment or high wages seem to provide the explanation often cited for why graduates aren't going directly into college, that they can make high wages directly out of high school. So we did a little exploring here, and the reality is that most high school graduates are finding low-wage employment rather than high-paying jobs. The table on this slide shows the 3 highest paying industries for high school graduates in the workforce. These industries do offer the opportunity for high wage employment. However, we find very low numbers of high school graduates employed in these industries. For example, you can see it's around 1% for the top paying wage that we show here. The top industry for high school graduates directly enrolling in the workforce is restaurants and other eating places, with about 19,000 or 24% of graduates found employed in this industry for those we find employed. So there is a perception out there that there's many high school grads making $80,000 working in oil and gas after high school. And the anecdotes we hear about high wages are very powerful, but not very representative of the vast majority of high school graduates who go to work rather than pursue higher education. We explored a number of other common hypotheses about stagnant direct enrollment, but none of these proved to have much explanatory power either. We've seen a decrease in students delaying college, known as taking a gap year. Lots of folks said, hey, more students are taking time off. We don't find that in the data. Out-of-state enrollment has remained stable for several years. So generally in Texas, about 5% of our Texas public high school grads go to college out of state directly, and about 10% of all those students who do go to college go out of state. We have data through 2016. We're pleased that the legislature provided funding, so we're going to be able to get data to fill in the gap years 17 and 18 and moving forward, we hope. So we will always have this data. We'll have to see if the patterns are changing, especially with lowering enrollments in other states. And finally, sometimes people talk about those students who are completing their credentials in high school through dual credit, finishing those certificates and associate degrees when they're in high school, because if we don't find them in higher ed at this point in time, we don't include them. But when we looked, 80% of those students who have completed some kind of a credential, an associate degree while they're in high school, through dual credit, through an early college high school, 80% of those, we find those students enrolling directly in our Texas public higher ed institutions the following fall. So our analysis suggests interventions to support direct enrollment in college should focus on populations that will need more robust academic preparation, advising, and financial support to be successful, such as students in rural areas where our numbers are dropping, and the populations I talked about that we targeted for completion, such as Hispanic, African American, and economically disadvantaged students, as well as male high school graduates. We see from the growing number of students who are applying but not enrolling that helping students apply to college is not enough. Ensuring students do not encounter barriers to entry after demonstrating their interest in higher ed could really be impactful. And we've recently begun intensifying support for regional advisory groups through the 60 by 30 Techs regional efforts. We awarded grants to the High Plains and Upper Rio Grande areas to concentrate on this high school to higher education target. So we'll be interested to see the work that's going on there. And finally, students need to better understand the reality of the labor market opportunities available to them. The path to a living wage is more likely with a certificate or degree in hand. Finally, I did want to mention that another important opportunity for improvement in terms of our high school to college direct enrollment rates is HB 3, which was the comprehensive school finance bill passed in the most recent session. It includes several key provisions that could make a significant impact on student preparation and enrollment in higher education, including creating college career and military readiness plans, increasing funding for college prep exams to help more students be ready, and we know our ready students tend to be more successful. College readiness incentives will reward districts for college-ready students who enroll in college the following fall, so I think that will help our enrollments. And FAFSA as a graduation requirement for high school is another part of HB 3. So although the bill's requirements fall on the K-12 sector, it's critical for higher education institutions to partner with K-12 to help provide capacity and expertise to make the most of these opportunities coming from HB 3. So I hope the insights in this presentation have helped to separate out some of the fact from the fiction on this topic, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead, Chairman.
So I guess you know Jose Rios.
Yes.
Dr. Jose
Yes, I do.
Rios. Now, anyway, I was talking to him yesterday. He did his dissertation, as I understand it, on summer melt, but the way he defined it was actual, applied and accepted beginning of the summer, and then who didn't then enroll and actually go to college. And he said that the biggest loss was Hispanic females. But anyway, it's really sort of an odd thing, and we kind of got distracted and wasn't able to figure out why. I'm not sure he has the answer either. But anyway, just a suggestion, you might want to talk to Jose about his dissertation, because he dove deeply into that issue.
Yes, he did, and we were happy that he was able to use the data and learn more about the topic. So
Yeah, thank you.
learn more. Thank you.
Dr. Chairman Anwar, I had a question for Dr. Eklund. Of the 5%, which is actually smaller than I thought, of the students that are leaving the state for high school, do we keep track of how many come back?
We look to see, sometimes when we, for example, in our 8th grade cohort, which tracks those cohorts and start in 8th grade, we see students who disappear in terms of high school, and then we find them in higher education and graduating from higher education. So we know sometimes students will go to private high schools in Texas, in which case they're not in that graduation cohort from the public high schools, or they will leave the state but will come back to college in Texas. And we also know that you can have some folks who, of course, leave for college, but we're able to track back and see who comes back and is found in the workforce. And that's not something we've done recently, but we'd be happy to do that again.
I think
if
it's
you'd like
important for
to.
us to find out who's coming back for the workforce of the Texans. I think it's good information for us to have as a coordinating board. And also, do you think there's any impact of the people leaving the state because of the top 6% rule, in terms of admissions in the state schools? Because we get a lot of questions, board members, I know, about some of our students who are leaving the state because they're not getting into certain institutions in our state.
I think that's something we commonly hear about. I am anxious to get the National Student Clearinghouse data for the most recent years so we can take a more recent look at that. We do know that many of those top 10 students choose to go to other institutions across Texas, and we're actually, finding those students at higher levels than might have been seen in the past at some of our emerging research institutions, which of course I think have done really well in terms of improving their opportunities for students.
Commissioner Keller may have some insight.
A comment on that, it's important to consider what the national context looks like, and what the college-going population looks like in the Midwest, in New England, and mid-Atlantic states where they're losing population and they have more higher education institutions than their population can support. So Texas has become a prime recruiting ground for institutions from across the country. So what I've heard is that there are more than 100 of national institutions that have established Texas-based recruiting offices now. There are also some, especially like in a number of SEC schools, are offering scholarships to Texas students where they'll allow the Texas students to pay in-state tuition or in-state tuition rates to recruit Texas students. So I think I think it is something that we do want to pay attention to. Of course, if we can have a top Texas student go to Stanford, come back, contribute to the Texas economy, that's a great deal for Texas. But then there's an important empirical question there for, are we able to effectively attract top Texas students back to Texas, and how we stayed in touch with them. So that's certainly something that we could look at.
Question, Dr. Eklund, is it in the data that we're losing students because, like the top students who, assumingly, I would assume in this top 6%, I assume that they have the option based on their accomplishments in high school to go to other places anyway, correct? I mean, if you've got a great student who has the option to go to Harvard, Yale, or Stanford, as opposed to Texas or A&M, how is that something that we could even address?
Well, what we're able to do is we do get an application report from our universities. So if we have a student who would fall into that category who chooses to apply to one of our Texas publics, so one of our flagships, et cetera, and again, when we have the National Student Clearinghouse, when we find them elsewhere, we'll know that's someone who considered going to Texas but went elsewhere, and we can have information about their top 10% status. If someone who's graduating from high school applies elsewhere, we don't have information about their class rank or standing, so we would just know here's a student from XYZ Public High School who we found out of state. So we can start to try to get at that, and we do look at those data.
Any other? I just want to let you know I was with Governor Abbott last week, and he made a comment that the Texas economy is putting out more jobs than all combined 49 states. I don't know whether it's correct or not, but he said our economy is really booming, and that may be the reason decrease in quite a male candidates going to work instead of going to higher education. Thanks. Is there any other discussion? If not, agenda item 7E through 7G 1-11 are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 7H is a consideration of adopting Commissioner's recommendation to the board relating to the approval of the replacement of a member of the General Academic Institution Formula Advisory Committee for the 2022-23 biennium. Members have supplemental material for items. It's goldenrod paper. Dr. Julie Eklund, Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding, will be able to answer any question. Is there any
I was going to say, this is a replacement. Oh, go ahead.
I'm concerned about the turnover on that committee. Could you explain why it's so unstable?
Yes, well, we had a member of the committee, a Dr. Harrison Keller, who represented UT Austin on the committee, and I understand he got a new offer of employment elsewhere, and so this item is to replace him with Dr. Larry Sengel, who is currently at UT Austin.
Any questions or discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. This concludes the portion of this committee meeting.
Well, it's just miraculous, Emma, that this is almost unprecedented. But we are 45 minutes ahead of our schedule, and the next item was going to be lunch. But I've worked it out with the chairman of the Committee on Academic Workforce Success that we will continue with his committee, his presentation, and then at about 11:45-ish, we'll break for lunch.
Mr. Chairman, is all the result of your new secretary. I just want record.
That's right. Efficiency is always, you are an efficient guy. That's great. Thank you. Fred?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah.
You want to do that?
Yeah, let's have a 5-minute break and then come back and hear the call.
Welcome to the Committee of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board relating to matters on academic and workforce success. Please be advised that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. Agenda item 9B is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. We've received a request from Mr. Larry White to testify against agenda items 9C1 and 9C2. Agenda items 9C1 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in civil engineering. Agenda item 9C2 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in industrial engineering. We also have received several requests for public testimony in support of agenda item 9D. 9D is consideration of adopting Certification Advisory Council's and Commissioner Paredes' recommendation to the board relating to a request from Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine for an initial certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Public testimony can only be heard for items that are on the agenda. As this item has been withdrawn, public testimony will not be heard for agenda item 9D. Members, before we hear Mr. White's testimony, I'm going to ask Dr. Silverman to present agenda items 9C1 and 9C2 to the board. Following Dr. Silverman's presentations, I will invite Mr. White to come forward to provide his testimony. Dr. Silverman, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Stacy Silverman, Interim Assistant Commissioner in the Division of Academic Quality and Workforce here at the Coordinating Board. On the agenda today, you're going to hear about 7 proposals for new degree programs, 2 bachelor's degrees, 2 master's degrees, 2 traditional research doctoral degrees, and 1 special professional doctoral degree. Before I review these proposed programs, I want to let you know that bachelor's and master's degree programs have a streamlined review process, which allows institutions to rapidly respond to local, regional, and state needs for new degree programs. However, for bachelor's and master's degree programs that are offered in engineering or have an estimated 5-year cost of $2 million or more, institutions are required to complete a full proposal rather than the streamlined approach. These proposals require board approval. The board directed this approach to make sure that expensive programs were needed and could be implemented by the proposing program. Engineering was singled out at the time because of the cost and the difficulty in securing faculty. In 2015, the Coordinating Board was given a 1-year time limit to review proposals for new degree programs. Each of the 7 proposed new degree programs were reviewed by the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success at its September 18th meeting, and the committee recommends them to the full board for approval. First, I'll start with A&M Corpus Christi. They have 2 proposals for new bachelor's degree programs in engineering. The first is for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in civil engineering. The proposed 123 semester credit hour program would be delivered face-to-face using a competency-based pedagogy and would focus on attracting students from the local area with an emphasis on attracting transfer students. In addition to the civil engineering degree, students would also have an opportunity to earn a certificate in either coastal resilience or unmanned aircraft systems. 2 core faculty would be hired in year 3 of the program in accordance with the institution's hiring plan. Estimated 5-year costs for the program are just under $3 million, and the institution will seek accreditation for the proposed program from ABET, the national accreditor, upon graduation of its first student. I can go ahead and talk about the second one now. The second is a proposal from A&M Corpus Christi for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in industrial engineering. The The proposed face-to-face program would offer concentrations in human factors or supply chain engineering and provide students an opportunity to earn a certificate in either autonomous mobility or unmanned aircraft systems. The proposed 123 semester credit hour program would be delivered face-to-face using competency-based education. The proposed program would also focus on recruiting transfer students and would begin in fall of 2020. The institution estimated that 5-year costs would total just over $2.5 million, and in accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, A&M Corpus Christi would hire 4 faculty members, 1 each year, beginning in year 2 of the program. The institution also agrees to seek accreditation through ABET upon graduation of its first student. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. Now we will hear public testimony. Individuals registered for public testimony have 3 minutes per agenda item to address the board. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. White to come forward. Mr. White, as you were registered to testify against 2 items, you will have up to 6 minutes to address the board. Welcome, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Have you pressed the red button?
There goes. Thank you.
Sir.
For the record, my name is Larry White, and I'm representing myself. When a doctor errs, the patient may die. When an engineer errs, a lot of people can die. Engineering is a serious profession. This is why I'm here. I oppose the expansion of the engineering program at A&M Corpus. If you expand the engineering program at A&M Corpus, quality will drop because of the push for enrollment when there are not enough qualified high school students available. I saw this happen when I was a visiting professor at A&M Corpus. Graduates will have a difficult time paying off their student loans because of the lack of entry-level jobs, especially those of low quality that no one will hire. Engineers of low quality that slip through the cracks will put the public at risk. There are not enough entry-level engineering positions to support civil and industrial engineering programs at A&M Corpus. A&M Corpus and your staff incorrectly assumed that engineering graduates can apply for all open engineering positions in their discipline. Data in your handout shows this is not the case. It's about 25%. An open senior engineering position is not filled by an inexperienced engineering graduate. Texas Administrative Code 19 says that you have to have a critical mass of qualified students to enter the program. In the handout, I have a letter, actually it's from your own board, and emails from Professor Carpenter that there are not enough qualified students to support engineering programs. The caveat is that these are 10 years ago. The question is, are there now enough qualified high school students to support duplicate engineering programs that are within 50 miles of each other? A general definition of qualified is the high school students had chemistry, physics, trigonometry, pre-calculus, and is ready for Calculus 1. For those who graduate in engineering, an independent and objective determination of technical competency is passing the fundamentals of engineering exam. It used to be that all engineering students were expected to take and pass this exam by graduation. Passing the FE exam is super critical for civil engineers. 10 years ago, A&M Corpus stated in their application for the mechanical engineering program that all seniors will be required to sit for the FE exam. I therefore suggest the board ask A&M Corpus what percentage of their engineering graduates for the past 2 years have passed this exam, which shows that they are technically competent, before voting on their program. Now, I'd like to point out a couple of things in the handout. On tab 1, I have a table there of the projected job openings, all job openings in the coastal Bend area versus those that graduated. I hope the numbers speak for themselves. One caveat, those job openings, if you go for entry level, is about 1/4 those numbers that are listed there. If you go to tab 2, in defense of A&M Corpus and your staff, the Texas Workforce Commission table is a little confusing. So I got an email from the workforce to clearly state they do not differentiate between entry-level positions and those that require experience. In the next table, I went through calculations using their data to find out how many positions are available for college graduates. And I have the methodology that was used. There are other methodologies maybe, but I came up with a number. To my surprise, after I put the table together, I found out we're graduating more civil engineers and industrial engineers than the estimated job openings I came up with. There are emails in there to look at, but I'd like you to go to tab 8. I'd just like you to look at the table and look at the numbers. Corpus Christi really doesn't have the population to support duplicate colleges of engineering. Now I want to go to the true issue here. Florida International University Bridge disaster. It happened about a year ago. The engineer said, oh, cracks in the concrete, no problem, don't worry about it. A lot of people died because of that. In Massachusetts, a natural gas line blew up due to total incompetency. Believe me, I know, I've read some technical reports on it. But the thing that sent me over the edge was I was called out of retirement to help an engineer who was struggling, who was in a critical position. I worked with him for about a week. I then went to his supervisor and said, this engineer is incompetent and worse, has no initiative. You have to fire him before somebody gets hurt. I'm scared. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. White. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. White, so the incompetent engineers that you referred to with the bridge and the pipeline, had they taken that exam?
I am unaware of that. I suspect for the walkway bridge in Florida that the engineer was a licensed engineer, and in that case, he did take the FE exam. I would point out that being a competent engineer is more than just passing a couple of exams.
Yeah,
in Massachusetts, I don't believe it was because they have an industrial exemption for natural gas lines.
I see. Well, so the exam is not proof, as in any profession, of competence and initiative and ability to work hard and to learn. I guess the one thing, and actually it was Dr. Rex Peebles that told me about this. I mean, so the exam part and engineering track, I mean, I guess you have to rely on quality control of the supervisors and the engineering companies that hire these young engineers. But Dr. Peebles had told me that with engineering, these students can get other jobs. And
that's
that
the
training
industrial exemption, and that's the risk.
The what?
There's an industrial exemption that allows people to go do engineering work and not have to take the FE exam.
No, but what I'm saying is, other than engineering, that training, that ability to solve problems could be valuable in itself in completely different fields than engineering. So,
oh, yes.
So I think that's, I mean, Dr. Peebles told me that, and I'm like, okay, so that's the issue is not just simply all, the competence of engineering graduates. It's the problem-solving ability they learn in these, or they would learn in these programs, that then could apply to other industries and other businesses.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's my only question.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Anwar?
Yeah. Mr. White, have you approached the management of A&M and raise your concerns?
Yes.
And
May
what,
4th, I believe, was the date. I met with staff of the Office of the President.
man, how they respond to you on this?
Interest, they provide the table I gave you, I handed them. I pointed out this issue of entry level versus all others. And the word I got, yeah, we'll have another meeting.
Mr. Chairman, are we discussing the school later on or today?
Yes, actually, we have representatives from the school that'll speak next.
Oh, okay.
Other comments?
Thank you for your information. It's very informative.
Yes, Mr. Raven?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. White, my question is, of the catastrophic incidents that you have informed the committee about, did any of those incidents involve engineers who had been trained at Texas A&M?
No. Well, I shouldn't say that. In all likelihood, no.
Okay. And so help me with what is the basis of your connection between these catastrophic incidents and people being unprepared at Texas A&M? What is the basis of your connection?
Okay, I'm glad you asked. I helped start, with Professor Carpenter, I helped start the engineering technology program for mechanical and electrical. Professor Carpenter instructed me, even though this is an engineering technology program, I am to teach my courses to the level of the FE exam, because he knew what I knew. If these students had any chance of getting a job in industry, they had to have the competency or technical ability that would be represented in the FE exam. I taught as an adjunct out there for 4 years or 5 years, and I was a full-time visiting professor for 1 year.
And as a result of those experiences, again, what is it that you maintain that these students are not getting that, in your view, if they had, they would be competent engineers?
Well, I want to give a little caveat here. I don't want to mislead you. This is about 10 years ago.
Okay.
But what I saw there at the time, I had students that didn't come to class, didn't turn in homework, and I was pressured or encouraged recruit and retain students. I had students, when I was giving a final exam, I was flabbergasted. One of them got up and left the room taking a final exam. I was, well, what was going on? There were 3 or 4, and then finally one got up, came up to me and said, "Oh, I got to go to the bathroom." This is a final exam. You're supposed to take care of things like that. I got a little upset and told them, "Look, I'm twice your age. My bladder has seen a lot more beer than yours. And I have a medical condition that when I got to go, I got to go. Now, if I don't have to go to the bathroom, neither do you."
Okay. And so, am I correct when you say that 10 years ago was the last time you ever had any, for lack of a better term,
No.
real contact with the
No, I've
students there?
had contact before. I was at a meeting at A&M Corpus, unrelated to this thing, and I had a professor and a student teacher, a student assistant commenting about the quality of the students. And I remember the teaching assistant for this professor out there made a comment, these kids can't do it, and the professor said, "You got to picture them as 8th graders." Well, the teaching assistant was working on her master's in education. She said, "Yeah, you're right." But what really got me, and why I'm going here, is about 2 years ago, I was with one of the engineering professors teaching a junior level engineering class, and he got real frustrated with this junior level engineering class. And I asked him why, and he said he was frustrated is that these junior engineers could not do simple unit conversions. That's liters per minute to gallons per hour. In engineering, you master that skill by the end of your freshman year.
Okay.
I went through the tests. I didn't look at all of them, but over half that I looked at, I said, yeah, you're right. They can't do unit conversions. So yes, most of my experience is about 10 years ago, a little more, but I've had these follow-up incidents that has prompted me to try to take action.
And so is your position that the curriculum is inadequate to properly train engineers?
On
or that the-
paper,
let-
it's,
can I-
I'm sorry.
All right. Or are the students not cognitively able enough to do the work?
On paper, they have an excellent engineering program. They cover all the basics that I've looked at, yes. Now, on the cognitive abilities of the students, I go to the FE exam. For me, that's the final measure. If this college or university programs are successful in doing their job, independent of the other things you're talking about, it'll show up on the number that passed the FE exam. But I can't speak for the cognitive abilities of the students. I haven't been there. I can only report what I've experienced.
Okay, and so are there courses that you believe should be offered that are not being offered? I mean, I'm still trying to get an understanding. What is the basis of your position that the school is not producing qualified, technically well-trained engineers?
The number that have passed the FE exam. In the tab there, I got information from the Texas Board of Professional Engineers on the number of students that have passed the FE exam. When I went through the arithmetic, this past year was their best year, about 25%. However, I didn't bring it out because, as I pointed out in my tab, I get into all these little details, there are some issues, or just, I want to say issues, but there are some topics of concern on that number I've given you. I think it's a fairly good number, but it could be a little higher, could be a little lower because of some anomalies in the data.
And so my last question is, what is the percentage or the passage rate of engineers at schools that you believe properly trained engineers to take the FE exam?
If they're all required to take the FE exam, no, this is me speaking, about 80%.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. White. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Anwar?
Have you talked to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board members and given them the real life example of what is lacking?
No, I've had no contact with members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, other than today.
Well, shouldn't some of the members should talk to Mr. White and get to the bottom of it?
Okay.
Commissioner?
Well, we're going to first hear, we can first hear from, I think the next step is there's no other questions for Mr. White. I think the next step is to, as we typically do with institutions, is request a new degree program for our board and our committee. We'll hear invited testimony from Dr. Quintanilla and Dr. Phillips. Dr. Kelly Quintanilla, please come forward. She's the president and CEO of Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and Dr. Clorinda Phillips is the provost and the vice president for academic affairs. Both Dr. Quintanilla and Dr. Phillips, thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us time to talk about Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. Let me begin by saying that A&M Corpus Christi is aligned with the mission of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. We are both Hispanic serving in multicultural status, which is our mission and dedication to close the gaps on educational attainment. Additionally, we work daily on the 60 by 30 Texas initiatives by partnering with our local industry, our K through 12 system, our community colleges, and to make sure that we are providing outstanding education for our students. Currently, we have 3 successful engineering programs at the undergraduate level: mechanical engineering technologies, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering. Now, how do I define success? Well, in the last biennium, 43% of our graduates in engineering were Hispanic, 55% were minority. A&M Corpus Christi is 3 times the national average when it comes to graduating Hispanic engineers. And this is not by accident, but it is by design. We have outreach programs and after-school programs to local elementary, middle school, and high schools, making sure that we are helping students to have that level of education they need to come to A&M Corpus Christi. We're not just waiting for them to show up. We are helping them beginning in elementary school. We also have wonderful camps with free tuition for various students in the summer that exposes children to engineering that may have no concept of what engineering even is. We're creating a passion in them, but we're also teaching them skills that help them in any STEM education, even if they choose not to go into engineering. Of the programs we currently have, they are all ABET accredited, and in 2020, U.S. News and World Report ranked its best college engineering programs, and the Island University was ranked 4th in the state of Texas for engineering programs in its category. Now, to support our students, because as was talked about earlier today, some of our students don't come college ready in the way we might hope they come college ready. So what do we do to correct that situation? We have extensive free supplemental instruction in math. If there is a student that comes who has a great math aptitude, they may not have had the background they need, we make sure they get ready. We also have a lot of opportunities with local industry for applied learning. So students are experiencing from as early as their freshman year applied learning opportunities in conjunction with local industries. I myself, prior to becoming president, wrote a grant for engineering where we were working with them in formal and informal communication training to help them expand as professionals. Since so many of them were first-generation college students, we saw this as a barrier to them when they went to apply for jobs, and helping them learn to network and present in a way that was supplemental instruction outside the classroom. We also work very hard to make sure that we have affordable programs, we have online programs and competency-based learning in engineering, and that was actually supported by a Texas Higher Education Coordinating Grant to help us with those initiatives. We also are there to make sure that we are not just recruiting and graduating engineers that will be successful, period, but we are recruiting engineers from South Texas, because what we see from local workforce need is they want folks that are going to stay in South Texas and make their careers in South Texas. So we have made a very strong effort to make sure that we are really helping students to become prepared for that opportunity. And of our graduates, 83% that are employed within the state of Texas, and then a third of those in the Coastal Bend, and electrical engineering at 75% in the Coastal Bend. Both programs under consideration, civil and industrial engineering, were pursued in response to a request from the community and local industry. Corpus Christi is currently booming. We have a $50 billion investment in new industry, and our Port of Corpus Christi is now the largest energy export port in the country. Opportunities are great, but the need for an educated workforce is equally as demanding. As you see from the materials that we provided you, we have letters of support for these programs from the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the Port of Corpus Christi, Flint Hills, Gavant Development, Fulton Coscon, Citgo, and TPCO, which is the largest industrial investment in the U.S. From China. During a recent visit by former Commissioner Paredes, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, which is the ExxonMobil Cybec partnership, came to speak on the need for engineers in our community. The City of Corpus Christi, through its Type A board funding, provided $2 million to launch these programs, and in the 86th legislative session, A&M Corpus Christi was awarded another $2.3 million from the state for these programs. Clearly, local industry, the city and the state see the workforce demand and understand that A&M Corpus Christi has a track record of success, and we also have unique programs. We are one of only 7 FAA test sites in the country, and so our work with unmanned aircraft systems in support of these programs is very unique. This summer, we had 24 student interns working with NASA on a program downtown, the only test in the entire nation of its kind to test manned and unmanned aircraft systems simultaneously. 24 of our students, undergrad students, were part of that incredible experience. Now, I should add that in terms of the test that was referenced, that test is only, it may a decade ago been something that was standardly required. I don't know that information. I can tell you today that only about, I think it's a third of universities in the entire United States require this test upon graduation. UT A&M College Station do not require this test upon graduation. Much like the CPA, it's often better to work for a little bit in your field and then you sit for the test. This is, we are in compliance or in alignment with other great engineering universities in that way. And we are, of course, as I said, we're ABET accredited in the engineering programs that we do have. And I will tell you that we ran a Google search yesterday to see how many jobs were in the local area using keywords like industrial, civil, those civil engineering, industrial engineering, civil engineer, industrial engineer, within 25 miles of our zip code, 78412. 78412. Now, there were 164 jobs that were available for those positions. Maybe they weren't all entry level, but for every entry level position or upper level position you have, someone moves up, creating another position underneath it. Also, if you note in your letter from the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, Corpus Christi's population of those working in many of the engineering fields currently is such that they're worried there's going to be a mass retirement. Not only are there huge increases in new positions, but given the age of the population, there's also going to be positions created through retirement, which you can't capture in the same way. Again, they aren't jobs. They're not jobs for kids right out of college, but they then, as those folks move up, create opportunities for students outside of college. I will also add that I have taught at A&M Corpus Christi. I'm recently president, but I have been there for 25 years. I have taught the students at that university in every job I've had up until the one I currently have. And I will tell you that there are times when students come in that they really have not had the opportunities. Unlike my child who can struggle in math and I can get her a tutor, they've not had those opportunities. But these kids are incredibly bright, and we make sure they have everything they need so that they are ready to succeed as they move forward in their degrees. These students may not always come to class. I think that's pretty typical. Maybe they have to go to the bathroom during the middle of an exam. I don't know what situation they're dealing with, but what I can tell you from 25 years of experience with these students is we graduate incredible young kids who face oftentimes very difficult circumstances, and they are so resilient and they are so fantastic. And I will just tell you, based on 2 decades of experience, that I know that the quality of student that we produce is outstanding. So I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Quintanilla. I also wanted to reference there's 2 other representatives from Texas A&M the area in Corpus Christi. Yes, Dr. Amy Aldridge Sanford, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs. Thank you for being here, as well as Dr. L.D. Chen, who is the Director of the School of Engineering and Computing Sciences. Any questions for the panel? Or Dr. Phillips, would you like to say anything?
I think the only thing I would add is that we do have internal processes for quality assurance. So annually we assess student learning, and we make changes to our academic programs based on whether students are achieving at the appropriate levels. In addition to those internal quality assurance measures, I would say we have 2 external indicators of our quality of our students and their knowledge. One is our ABET accreditation, and we are ABET accredited, and ABET comes and does a thorough job, and we have sailed through that. Hopefully we will continue to sail through that accreditation. I think the second indicator is our job placement rates. The corporations, the companies in our areas want our students. So I think the quality of our programs and the quality of the students we produce has not been questioned.
Thank you. Mr. Adwar?
I was wondering, have you met Mr. White and discuss these problems with him at all, or any one of you?
Yes, members of my staff went to meet with him and collected the information that he presented. We went through the data. Anything that we were given was extremely old. I shouldn't say extreme, it was a decade old. It did not really reflect, I think, the boom in the coastal bend. The information with the exam, when we examined that, we realized we were absolutely in alignment with everyone else. We went through the various concerns that he had and just did not find them, to be substantiated.
The reason I'm questioning this because I'm in the oil and gas business, and we had a similar situation, almost killed 10 people when we have an incompetent engineer almost blow out a well because the mud weight was not right to control the bottom hole pressure. Luckily, we got it under control through BOPs and all that stuff. But that's the reason I'm asking why. You think so, Mr. White has something against A&M? That's why he's bringing it up, or what?
I could not speculate. My understanding is he received information that was secret and none of the rest of us had. So I did not receive that information, so I'm not sure exactly what that was about, but he had indicated to my staff he received a report that had been buried, and that's where he drew this conclusion. I was not at that meeting. I don't know for sure. I just know that based on the information we have, it's old, and none of it really lines up with what we currently, what the current reality is. We are in line with what other programs are doing. We are successful when it comes to all measures of assessment. Can there be a student here and there at any institution that may have some issues or problems, or maybe graduated very effectively and something happens in their life that makes them confident? That's the things we hope never happen, and that other professionals help to ensure that doesn't happen. But there's nothing within our program that I would think indicates a systematic poor quality or anything even remotely in that area.
Ricky. Okay, Mr. Raven?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Quintanilla, I have just a couple of questions. In reviewing Mr. White's information, he, and I don't know if you've seen this, did he show you the graduation rate, the FE passage rate for the Texas Board of Professional Engineers from 2012 to 2018? Did you have an occasion to look at that report?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, I'll represent to you that on that report, it says that between 2012 and 2018, Texas A&M Corpus Christi graduated 296 engineers, of which 49 passed the FE exam, or 17, that would be 17%. Not being an engineer, so I need to ask this question. Is the FE exam something that the faculty in the engineering department is at all concerned about?
It's not required. So, certainly it's something that they would, I think, well, I could actually, LD, do you want to come on up? He's going to sit here.
So this is Dr. L.D. Chen. He's the director of the School of Engineering and Computing Sciences at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
It's on. Morning. Oh, I turned it on for you, sorry.
Thank you. So for the FE exam, we do encourage students to take the exam as published in our undergraduate catalog. The number 49 out of 296, we put something in perspective. Not all the students took the FE exam. And sometimes we have 100% passing rate if we have only one student took the exam. Sometimes we have a lower passing rate. So the number of our students taking the exam is low. That's a fact. And there are reasons for that. A lot of jobs for mechanical engineers and for electrical engineers do not require FE exam or PE license. But civil engineering, certainly that's true. A lot of jobs, particularly if you do public work, they will require PE exam. So I just want to make a note that the 49 is not all the students taking the exams, only 49 passed.
I'd like to say something.
Yes,
I'm a
Ms. Williams.
mechanical engineer, and so I am not familiar with the FE exam. I'm familiar with the EIT exam, and most colleges and students take that coming right out of school. But you can't take the professional engineering licenses until you've been out of school at least 5 years. You have to have the experience before you can even sit for that exam. So I'm not familiar with the exam that Mr. White is talking about. And also, back to Chairman's point earlier, there are several different tracks you can take in engineering. You can take the technical track where you are actually designing something and stamping it if you go on and get your license, but you can also go in the management track, you can go in the procurement track, you can go in HR. There are several different areas that you can get involved in. Engineering teaches you critical thinking. And with that, that's a foundation for any other field you want to go to. So it's not necessarily about the testing, it's about the thinking and how to put a problem together and how to be a project manager to get something from point A to point B. So pretty much in a nutshell, I think that's what it is. And I have 32 years experience in it, so.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams.
I have a quick question just about
Yes, Ms. Schwartz.
the statistics of the number who graduated versus the number who passed. Do we have the statistic of the numbers who take the test and pass?
We can find out that the last I checked, it varies all the places, sometimes 100%, sometimes 25% if you have only one pass out of 4 taking the exam. The other uncertainty regarding the data robustness is how students report. When it's a self-reporting, A&M, mechanical engineering, or A&M, Corpus Christi, mechanical engineering, or A&M, Corpus Christi, mechanical engineering technology. So there are some uncertainty regarding how students reported. And mechanical engineering, we did have, if I'm not mistaken, like a couple already PE licensed. So that's looking at the timeline, and the first group of graduates are 3 students. That is 6 years ago.
If I may add, within the last year, we did look at the number of students who are sitting for the FE exam. And we also looked at peer institutions with similar programs and how many of their students were sitting for the exam. And our student number is comparable to other peer institutions with engineering programs.
Just,
Mr. Raven?
So, Dr. Chen, I just want to be clear. I'm not sure I think I got lost here. So you are familiar with the concept of an FE examination, correct?
Yes.
Did you take the FE examination?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I have worked for a company like GM, Ford, Honda USA, Caterpillar, John Deere, and I also have experiments in space shuttle flight, USMP-4, STS-87. I work also for Air Force Office of Scientific Research, Army, TACOM, the Tank Automotive Command, TARDAC, as well as Air Force Research Lab. I do not have a PE license.
Okay, and so is there any examination that the university prepares students to take in order to enter the workforce?
So we go through what required by accreditation board, ABET, the student learning outcomes, and that's important. And all the students graduate from the program must satisfy the student learning outcome. So ABET is the criteria, and we hold our students to the standard of ABET. So that's culminating type experience, like our capstone projects. We share with you the amazing, outstanding student accomplishments, like the president stated earlier. Our students really good, and with civil engineering and industrial engineering options, expertise, we can really help students to grow their engineering expertise and teamwork, which is required for the future.
And if I may add something, ABET accreditation is voluntary. So you're not forced to have ABET accreditation. We sought that out to make sure we have quality work. And when they not only give you the learning outcomes, they pull samples of work. They have a whole system that you have to report on, and they're checking to make sure you're meeting those standards. So for us, ABET accreditation is a much better measure and tool to help our students, regardless of what they may pursue, they may choose to do upon graduation.
Can you help me with that? When you say ABET, what is a criterion that they have that would help me understand what it is that you're trying to make sure that you accomplish?
Right. So ABET stands for Accreditation Board for Engineering Technology, and our engineering programs are accredited by ESC, Engineering Accreditation Commission. For mechanical engineering, it requires students who have expertise upon graduation to do design work in mechanical systems or thermal systems.
Okay.
So that's very important criteria. And when evaluators came to campus, they look at student work, student portfolio, right? So the entire class student work, not just picking up, top student works. So they look into student work, they look into curriculum and so forth. And for electrical, similar requirement, need to work on the electrical systems. So before that, then students, the program must demonstrate students for like mechanical engineering, demonstrate can use vector calculus in their work. So there are very specific learning criteria. Other criteria including teamwork, including lifelong learning, including understanding of contemporary issues, in terms of understanding environmental impact, and the whole holistic from societal point of view. So there are several requirements, and then very specific requirement for discipline specifics.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Mr. Wilson?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
So for the record, I'm not an engineer, so, but I've heard all sorts of acronyms and testing standards, et cetera. I think what we're trying to get our arms around is, compared to your peer group, you've been challenged, it's been suggested that you're not graduating the students with the same quality of education as maybe you should or not. To me, whatever standard you pick, or multiple standards, I would be interested in, Dr. Silverman, I don't know if it's possible to track those standards, for them in the industry and compare them to the peer group or others, because whether it's, let's say it's 25% take the FE test, if that's what everybody else does, that's fine. The percentage that pass, to me, is an indication of the quality of education they're giving the students that take it or not. So I think we're just trying to get our arms around the quality of the result, and are they capable of taking that on?
So absolutely, and that's one of the things that we look at in our staff evaluation of bachelor's degree programs. We do look at the quality across the board. We do set, unlike other disciplines that professional licensure, that requires licensure, engineering is not one of those fields, and the bachelor's degree is the entry to the profession. I think it was very well stated by Ms. Williams that engineers go into all sorts of jobs. Of particular, a point that resonated with me is that unemployment for engineering graduates hangs around like 3%. So their graduates get jobs. As with regard to safety, I do think that's a really important point. And any engineer going into a public work that requires the passage of that exam should actually move forward and take that exam. But I don't think that particular exam is required for everyone across the board.
No, it sounds like it's not. And I don't care whether it's that exam or other exams or standards that to just measure the finished product
But
against.
we do look very closely at quality. We look at what other institutions are doing in terms of curriculum, and we look at the actual outcomes of the existing program. And
So based on that, are you satisfied that they're
I am.
capable of doing
Yes.
this? My second question is, I haven't heard anything about A&M Kingsville. If that university were in a different system, we'd all be hearing why we don't need a duplicate program in the same region. Where does A&M Kingsville, are they supporting this? Are they?
Yes, and I would say it's not a duplicate program in that we have areas of study that they don't have. So we have the unmanned aircraft systems as part of our programs, as well as coastal resiliency and sustainability, which are unique to A&M Corpus Christi.
Right. So if you move forward with this, are those the only a list of many programs that you would expand into? That would there be competing programs with them? And
No, and we actually.
Or are you just asking us to narrowly approve?
No. I mean, what we do within the system is that we actually sit down and map out a plan so we don't have duplicate programs. I mean, we talk through who's offering what, how would that be. We work with Dr. Kathy Banks at College Station and really make sure that we're not offering duplicate programs. We don't, we want to make sure that we're creating opportunities that our students would be able to find employment. And really, for these folks have come to us. I mean, I will tell you, I've gotten approached, I can't tell you how many times just recently, where we need chemical engineering. We need more chemical engineers that focus on the things that, may be unique to our region. And there's many ways to take an engineering degree and have different types of focus. And I think, what our job is, and to support the efforts of the coordinating board, is to make sure we know what works for our region, what are opportunities for our students. We are very passionate about our mission to help to raise the educational level of South Texas. We want our South Texas kids to go to school, to go to college, to help change that path as a first-generation college student for their families. So we are incredibly in tune with what we need to offer that's going to help support our folks locally. Now, if they do choose to leave, they've got a solid foundation and outstanding critical thinking skills that they can develop and take with them somewhere else. But we are very in tune with making sure we are not offering duplication, but rather adding to the opportunity for our students.
So as far as the system is concerned, Kingsville and yourself and the programs are coordinated and not,
Absolutely.
Because one of our jobs is to make sure we don't duplicate public funds.
We would not be here otherwise. We would not have made it through the system level.
And I do agree that Corpus is booming, and you have billions of dollars worth of projects coming, and I think the STEM area is a noble area that trains, and if you can train your local kids in those areas and where there's jobs, I think that's great.
Dr. Phillip, I've got a question for you. You said you have compared the results from some other reputable universities and institutions. Do you know which one do you compare with, and what's the % people graduate?
So we had to do this because we're currently we've prepared our SAC-COC self-study report, and so we have a set of peer institutions, and I can get, and the list of peer institutions, that list is on our website. So I pulled data from those peer institutions.
For example, what peer institution? You're talking about University of Texas at Austin, or what?
Kingsville, for instance.
And?
So you want the list of?
You said you compared it with
Lamar, I'm sorry, Lamar, Kingsville, who's else?
UT Dallas, maybe?
Did you compare it like Texas Tech, University of Texas, or
Texas Tech would not be a peer for us.
Not a peer.
Okay, well, whatever. But they graduate a lot of mechanical engineers and all that stuff. So I was just wondering, you said your rate of 17% is compatible with other institutions. Which institution you're talking about?
Okay, so I can.
Amy's pulling it up.
Amy's pulling it up. I think the other point I would make in terms of duplication is that Texas A&M University Kingsville does not have an industrial engineering program. So in terms of duplication, we would only be talking about civil engineering, and it is that we have a strength in marine and coastal sciences that we are building on for our civil engineering program.
So UT Austin is in the same group as smaller Is that,
I don't think it is.
Mr. Chairman, is that?
No.
I don't think so. If Texas Tech isn't, I don't think you do.
No.
Yeah, if you don't.
Yeah, I think, is it UTRGV?
UTRGV.
UTRGV's in that list, International's in that list, Kingsville's in that list.
Can't hear you. Can you
Lamar's
turn
in that
your mic
list. Florida Gulf Coast is in that
Can't
list.
hear you. Can you turn your mic on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think Prairie View, International, Kingsville, Lamar, Florida Gulf Coast, and there's two more I think that I'm not remembering, but they'll come to me in a minute. But those are on our peer institution list that we did the comparisons to for institutions. As far as who takes the test, we compared to everybody nationally. Only 1/3 of institutions nationally require the test, 2/3 do not, and UT and A&M do not.
Can you provide the list of this comparison to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board member, please? Thank you.
Mr. Raven?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Quintanilla, is there anything in Mr. White's materials that, as president of the university, you think that you ought to take some corrective action about?
I would say that the things that are listed in there are things we already take preventative action for. So, again, his experience is with the institution would be a decade ago. The complaint that he heard more recently was that, folks struggling that our students don't come in with the math skills they may want them to have when they arrive. That's reality. I mean, so that happens quite a bit. And they either, end up selecting a different major because they don't have the math skills. I taught freshmen my entire career. When they come to A&M Corpus Christi, they either want to be an MD, everybody wants to be an MD, or they want to work with sharks. I mean, that's the two groups we get in A&M Corpus, and then they discover, other things that they want to do in their lives. So, many young folks say, oh, I'm going to be an engineer, and then they realize I am not very good at math, or I don't really like math, and they find another avenue. So, I mean, I think that that complaint is not without validity. But what we have done to that effect, so in the decade since Mr. White has worked with us in a close fashion, we have added in supplemental instruction. We have added in recruitment opportunities down to elementary school. I mean, we're going to Gloria Hicks Elementary, I think it's every week or every other week, teaching these kids robotics, and we're helping them develop the skills so that when they come to us, they're hopefully better prepared. If they come to us and they still need some help and they don't have parents who can just pay for a tutor, then we're providing them that supplemental instruction, we're providing them that additional support. But at the end of the day, if they can't make it in engineering because it's a tough field, then we're going to help them find a different opportunity in their career. We are certainly not going to say, continue on with this, because I'm going to drive across that bridge too, okay? So I don't want anyone leaving our institution that is not highly qualified to go on and do their job. But so I would say the concerns he may have seen a decade ago, we deal with daily. Every single year we do assessments separate from ABET on learning outcomes, pulling students' records, having them independently reviewed to make sure that what grades students are receiving reflect the grade they should have. We voluntarily signed up for ABET accreditation because we want to have that gold standard. We want to have that level of review. And so it may have been at whatever time that Mr. White was either working with us or getting his own education that he went down the path he chose with this test and so on. And so that seems like that's the path everyone should take. But it's just not really the case today. And as Dr. Chen said, I mean, he is an incredibly accomplished engineer, and he did not have to take the test. I am certain that Ms. Williams is a very accomplished engineer. She hadn't even heard of the test. So it is something that is valuable. I'm certain any kid, we want them to be able to pass it if they choose to take it, and that is certainly important. But it's not some sort of gold standard that we're, not achieving.
But I guess my question is, I understand that the test is not something that you require your students to take, but the fact that 296 of your students took it and only 17% passed it.
No, we don't. Well, our numbers don't say 296 graduated. 296 students graduated. 296 students didn't take the test. We think it's more like 49 students took the test.
Right.
So
In that
so-
6-year period.
In that
Right.
6-year period, yes. So it did, all 296 students didn't take it, and only 17% passed. It's like, I think it's the number we have is 49, and we have to just go back and look at who passed, because some of them may not pass it the first time and pass it the second time. So we have to make sure that they're not double counted. And then the other piece with that is they self-report where they go to school. And so, I mean, some of their numbers may actually be good or bad at College Station. Lots of times people just check A&M and don't keep looking and check A&M CC. So we would definitely need to look into that data more. And that's certainly something that we will do and had talked about doing based on Mr. White's original comments. But as you said, did any of it concern me? I would say absolutely. But in the last decade or more, that has assessment, accreditation, making sure we're excelling in all areas, making sure our students have what they need to graduate. That has been a primary focus of our institution. So many of those concerns are continuous improvement and ongoing, but the measures and the mechanisms for watching them are already in place.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Anwar?
Do you think so Mr. White has a personal grievance against your university or anything that you know of?
I would be speculation. So I don't, like, I could speculate on that, but
You can go back and check it if he was.
I do not have enough information to make that statement.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any further discussion on the topic? Okay, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion for agenda items 9C1, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in civil engineering?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Williams. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Now, do I have a motion for agenda item 9C2, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in industrial engineering? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Chairman Stedman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for being here. We're next moving on to agenda item 9C3, and that is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas A&M University Kingsville for a Master of Science degree with a major in mechatronics engineering. I'm going to invite up to the panel, to the front, Dr. Larry Peel, who is the department chair and professor, Department of Mechanical Industrial Engineering. Dr. Muhammad Alam, dean and professor of College of Engineering. And Dr. Scott Smith, who's the chair and the professor of the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at Texas A&M University, Kingsville. Dr. Silverman will be presenting the item. Dr. Silverman?
Thank you. This is a proposal for what is a new and rapidly developing area of mechatronics, which combines mechanical, electrical, and computer science engineering. The proposed program would prepare students to work with 3D printers, CNC milling machines, which I actually had to look that up, but they're really super cool, automated doors, and anything robotic. This area of technology combined with artificial intelligence is one of the fastest growing technology areas worldwide. Mechatronic engineers work on driverless cars and trains, automated warehouses, car assembly lines, electronics assembly lines, and manufacturing. The proposed 30-semester credit hour face-to-face program would provide engineering students with multidisciplinary skills and knowledge to solve complex engineering problems. The proposed program would be the first mechatronics engineering degree offered in Texas And in accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, the institution will hire 1 core faculty member to start in spring 2020 and 1 core faculty member to start in spring 2022. The estimated 5-year costs are low at just under $1 million.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. I also would like to announce that Alan Rasmussen is a visitor as well from Texas A&M University in Kingsville. Welcome as well. He's at the table as well. Dr. Allen, would you like to start?
Yes, sure. So basically what we have done in the College of Engineering, we have a Dean's Leadership Board, and we consult our constituents who serve in that leadership board with respect to the needs in the state and in the nation. And one of the key issues that came up during those discussions is to have a master's program in mechatronics, because robotics, mechatronics, this is an interdisciplinary program which involves concepts from mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer engineering, and computer science. So based on that discussion, as well as our market study, we felt that this is a program that should be in place. And we proposed that program, and I think it will be well received, and we have enough demand from our student population. So with that, I would request approval for the program.
Thank you. Dr. Peel?
Thank you. I also am greatly excited about this program, and my area itself is not in robotics, but I heavily use 3D printers and CNC machines, and one of the needs that we see is not enough of our students understand kind of the inner workings, and so this will help us internally, and it also, I mean, these 2 types of machines, the use is only increasing. And I've also have great interest from undergraduate and graduate students. And so I think this will be not only help our university, but it'll help the whole South Texas region.
Thank you. And Dr. Smith?
Thank you. So while I'm pretty new here, only been here about 2.5 months, so I wasn't involved in writing the proposal, but I have good expertise in the area of mechatronics, including NSF-sponsored research experiences for undergraduates program in micromechatronics that I help supervise, and supervise a number of NASA Lunabotics teams for undergraduate and graduate competitions at NASA. So I find this to be an excellent interdisciplinary program involving both electrical and computer engineering and mechanical engineering, and I'm very supportive of this and would be happy to help administer this program, and I think it would be very beneficial for our students and for industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. The team has worked very hard putting this together as far as looking at and how we can do much more interdisciplinary, so that we're taking advantage of our 3 different programs in computer science, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering, so that that degree will actually become much more beneficial for that interdisciplinary group.
Okay, thank you all. Any questions from, yes, Ms. Schwartz?
So I love the interdisciplinary nature of the work, given how complex science is getting. And given that there are no comparable programs in Texas, I was just wondering what other institutions you looked at across the United States maybe in developing your program.
We have a number of comparable programs that we listed in our application, but we looked at there are a few mechatronics programs listed in the country, and so we looked at those. The actual mechatronics name, I think, came from Japanese, coined that, but also there are a number of robotics programs which have many of the similar characteristics, and so we compared with them. And I can read some of those from the proposal, but we had Cal State University, Chico, San Jose State, Stanford University. They do have an MS in mechatronics.
I think she wanted to know about Stanford. Says she's a Stanford graduate.
Okay. Georgia Tech, University of Massachusetts, University of Washington. And so we did look at some others, and so but we feel like this is going to be a great boon for us in this area.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Wilson. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. At this time, I want to take a lunch break, and it's now 11:52, so we'll take 30 minutes. Mr. Chairman, can you calculate that since you're so good at liberal arts?
Absolutely.
I didn't take that FE exam, and so don't make me do math.
Okay, Mr. Raven informs me that we'll reconvene at 12:20. Thank you all. Welcome back to, no, thank you. Welcome back to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. Again, as a reminder, we are on the internet, so anyone in the audience or anyone here on the front on the board can be recognized or seen on live around the World Wide Web. We're on agenda item 9C4, and that is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas A&M University and Texas A&M University at Galveston for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Marine and Coastal Management and Science. Dr. Silverman will be presenting this item. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you. The institutions are proposing a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Marine and Coastal Management and Science. The proposed program would require 60 semester credit hours beyond a master's degree and 90 semester credit hours beyond a bachelor's degree, and would begin in fall 2020. The proposed program would be offered face-to-face to students in Galveston, and students could also enroll in courses offered in College Station. Students would complete the program in about 4 to 5 years. Because the program builds on existing resources, the institution estimates that new 5-year costs would total about a little over $500,000, and the estimated total 5-year costs are just under $3 million. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up Dr. Wesley Highfield. Dr. Highfield and Dr. Park, both from Texas A&M University, Texas A&M University at Galveston as well. Thank you and welcome. Dr. Highfield is Associate Professor and Program Coordinator for the proposed PhD program. Dr. Park is the Professor and Head Department of Marine Sciences. Welcome. Dr. Park, would you like to start?
Is it on?
It is now.
Okay, yeah. As I mentioned at your committee meeting, we do think that this proposed program is quite unique. As the program focuses on the management and policy related topics in coastal environments, which is essentially the social science, but with the explicit recognition and thus including in its curriculum of the importance of the underlying natural science. So this is a very nice mix of the social and natural science degree program. It is so much so that we found only 5 doctoral programs in the United States in similar field, and none in Texas, and there's neither on the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah. And Dr. Highfield, we're going to talk about, make a few additional remarks about the need of this kind of program.
Thank you. Dr. Highfield?
Thank you, Dr. Park. Thank you all for listening to us again today. I would just like to add a few things to that. First, it is truly a very interdisciplinary program. I've kind of been trained that way myself, so I have my own biases about how that works. But having the grounding in a hard natural science, but being able to explain the policy and policy implementations, sorry, of that research and those findings is really important. We think of it as applied research and not a bunch of journal articles that are going to sit on a shelf. The last time I was here, Tropical Storm Imelda was blowing through, and I made it a point to say, this is why a program like this is important, is because these graduates are going to be the ones, we hope, some of these graduates, that would be on the ground saying, okay, this is how we need to mitigate this in the future. This is where these recovery monies need to go. This is how the natural environment was impacted, and we can begin to learn about how it recovers over time. So that's one example that I think is applicable here. I would be happy to answer any additional questions.
Any questions or discussion from the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the committee's recommendation? Moved by Mr. Wilson. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Dr. Park and Dr. Highfield. Next, we move on to Agenda Item 9C5, and that is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso, for a Doctor of Dental Medicine degree with a major in dental medicine. Dr. Silverman will be presenting this item.
So beginning in fall 2021, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center in El Paso is proposing a Doctor of Dental Medicine program. The program would be the 4th general dentistry program in Texas and the only dental school in West Texas. The program would focus on developing dental practitioners trained to treat individuals in the diverse communities of West Texas and along the U.S.-Mexico border. There's a demonstrated workforce demand for additional dentists in Texas, particularly dentists trained to serve rural and low-income communities. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso's location would provide dental students with the opportunity to interact with oral health patients in high-need communities. The proposed face-to-face program would enroll up to 240 students by its 5th year. And in accordance with the institution's hiring schedule, the institution will hire 41 additional faculty members in the first 5 years of the program. The institution estimated their 5-year total costs would be $115 million.
Okay.
That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. I'd like to invite up to the table representatives from Texas Tech University Health Science Center at El Paso. We have Dr. Richard Lang, who's here with us, president of Texas Tech University Health Science Center at El Paso. Dr. Richard C. Black, dental dean of the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine, and Dr. Wendy Woodall, associate dean of academic affairs at the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine. Welcome. Okay, well, welcome. Dr. Lang, would you like to begin?
I'll leave the comments about the dental school to the dentist to my right. You don't want a cardiologist speaking about a dental school. But I want to say it's a historic day because this will be the first time that the Higher Education Coordinating Board has approved a dental school in Texas, because the oldest are 100 years old and the newest is 50 years old. But I do want to thank the Higher Education Coordinating Board staff, and particularly Stacy Silverman, David Wagner, Rex Peebles, obviously, as well, and Raymond Paredes for preparing us for this, this historic day.
Thank you. Dr. Black?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It is a historic day. We feel like that this school will bring to an area that is terribly underserved hope and education and innovation. We also believe that what a dentist of the year 2025 will be doing with computerized manufacture and computerized design of dental products and treatment to dental patients will be represented by a very innovative curriculum, a very much emphasis on dental public health, and Spanish language instruction as well. So we're very excited about getting started.
Great. Dr. Woodall?
I have little to add other than my gratitude for the support through this process. We have, as he said, kept our eye on 2025 and beyond for up to a couple of decades. And we've worked hard to integrate the critical thinking skills, not just with research, but with our integration on the medical side, so that we can truly offer person-centered care to West Texas.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that when you presented at the committee meeting last month, I thought y'all did a really great job. And I think adding the curriculum with Spanish for the area is tremendous. And it looks, you've really prepared well in terms of the proposals, and we see many proposals, but it was very well implemented and thought out. So I just wanted to let you and your team and your chancellor, send my regards to your chancellor, who's Ted Mitchell, who's done a great job there at Texas Tech, and everyone in El Paso. And I know that the program will be very successful, but I think the curriculum and for the area, it's going to be tremendous value for the citizens of that area and really the whole state when you think about it, because it's going to be only the fourth school in the state. So thank you all for your hard work and for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Chairman Stedman?
So 5-year funding, I mean, I see it's expensive, but you got 45 million special item. What was that?
Yes, sir. So we've had a special line item that sponsored the Paulo Foster School of Medicine when it first began. That special line item has been continued, and the last legislature gave us $20 million. The previous legislature, $7 million, and $20 million this year. And we rolled out basically a 10-year plan that is 5 biennium over what the special line item for the entire school will be and what that will entail. The startup for the school, it does require line item. So we've received $27 million of that, $45 million already. In addition, we received $31 million from the community in 2 large gifts from the Woody L. Hunt School, Woody L. Hunt Family Foundation, Paso del Norte as well.
Okay, so the 45 million, you've got 27 of it in hand, and you anticipate that legislature will continue to support that in the future?
Yes, sir, I do. Again, we outlined a long-term strategic plan. As you know, the Texas legislature can only commit to a 2-year commitment, and so.
Well, you're ahead on the fundraising, because here's donor fundraising just says 14.5, so sounds like you're in pretty good shape.
Well, I think we're in pretty good shape. We've tried to be very realistic about it. Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions?
And facility-wise, is this going in an existing building with the other medical programs, or a new building, or?
Great question, Mr. We were the benefactor of a tuition revenue bond 2 biennium ago, and we happened to build it'll double our research space, but I actually had shelled out a floor, not knowing at the time that we'd be able to have a dental school. So we have a brand new building with a state-of-the-art dental education simulation center. We'd also have a building on campus that we're going to fit to be our clinic. So it will be, we'll have basically the dental education will be brand new and the clinic will be brand new as well.
Yeah, I think having a clinic is important just for serving the community.
It's vital for 2 things. It's vital for obviously providing education for the students and care for the community, and also a place for our professors to practice, our faculty to practice as well.
I am surprised that we haven't had a dental school in 100 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Where do your dentists come from before this? Seemed like a long horse ride from wherever back in the day.
It's a short 541-mile trip from San Antonio, sir. No, Texas should be very proud. They have 3 of the best dental schools in the state of Texas. I mean, in the state of Texas, 3 across the country. And hands down, they are absolutely outstanding. But we looked at the statistics over the last, and each put out about 100 students per year. When we looked over the last 15 years, there were over 2,000 students that graduated, but only about 24 that came out to West Texas. Because if you're not from West Texas, you don't really get West Texas. And I'm a transplant to El Paso. I've been there for about 5.5 years, and I had no idea what a fantastic a community was. And so where are they? They're in San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas, where they train, and we hope that the students that train in El Paso will stay in West Texas, sir.
Well, I think that's a valid point. It is proven that if you can recruit from the community for certain industries, they're likely to stay there, where it's hard to get from other parts to stick.
So I have a comment in studying health professions, being a health professional myself. There are some schools around the country and in the state considering and currently do not require entrance exams. You will hopefully require the DAT, the dental admissions test?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That is a requirement for a CODA accredited institution, which we are.
Okay, because as you know, in other health professions, there's a trend to maybe not require it, but I'm glad to hear that you will be requiring it.
Certainly will.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the committee's recommendation?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Schwartz. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to agenda item 9C6, which is consideration of the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Master of Science degree with a major in Engineering Data Science. Dr. Silverman will present this item. Dr. Silverman?
Oh, sorry. With specific application to engineering. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, the University of Houston will hire 2 additional faculty members. Both faculty members will be hired in year 3, starting in fall 2022. The institution estimates that 5-year costs would total $2.2 million. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up to the table representatives from, a representative, Dr. Andrea Prosperity, who is a distinguished professor of mechanical engineering, and from the proposal for the University of Houston, Master of Science degree with a major in engineering data science. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, first of all, many thanks to the staff of the board for the help that they provided us. We all know about data science. It's an item in the daily news, more or less. And it is an item that is incredibly present to the mind of young people in our society. Harvard started a program, a master's program last year with 40 slots, and there were 1,400 applicants. And it is also very present to the mind of the companies, of the corporations. I just was heard from one of our major corporate oil companies in Houston that they're planning to hire 370 engineers with the knowledge of data science, and that is more or less the total number of engineers with knowledge in data science that you can find on the website of LinkedIn. So there is a tremendous demand on the part of the students. There is a tremendous demand on the part of corporations and industry. And what is really unique, I think, in our program is that while all other similarly flavored programs are offered by departments of mathematics, Department of Computer Science, or business schools, our program integrates data science with engineering. And this is rather unique as far as I was able to find. This concept stems from the recognition that data science is, in some sense, a generic skill. Like, mathematics, even if you're not a professional mathematician, you need mathematics for part of your work. English composition, if you're not a professional writer, you still need to write things. And similarly, data science is a complex of generic skills that are already and will be even more important broadly across the spectrum of job openings and student interests. And so it is in recognition of this that we have structured the program the way we have.
Okay, any questions or comments for Dr. Prosperity? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you for being here. We next move on to agenda item 9C7, which is consideration of the university request for the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in health sciences. Dr. Silverman will present this item.
Thank you. The proposed program would be offered through a collaboration of the School of Health Professions and the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences, and would provide an opportunity for students with an allied health background to seek advanced education, and it would prepare currently practicing allied health professionals to become allied health faculty, researchers, and academic leaders in their current profession. The proposed distance education program would be offered in a hybrid format with over 50% online and also face-to-face delivery. The program would require a completion of 98 semester credit hours for students entering with a bachelor's degree or 68 semester credit hours for students entering with a master's degree. The institution would draw on its existing faculty to begin the program and has identified 15 core faculty and 16 support faculty to be dedicated to the proposed program. The institution estimated 5-year costs for the program total just under $1.4 million. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. I'd like to invite up to the table representatives from the University of Houston for the Master of Science degree with a major University of Health Science Center at San Antonio, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Health Sciences. Dr. Shelby is Professor and Dean of the School of Health Professions. Dr. David Weiss is the Professor and Dean of Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. And Dr. Jacqueline Mock is Vice President for Academic, Faculty, and Student Affairs at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. What's that? Thank you. We will start with Dr. Shelby, please. Welcome back from last month.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity to present our PhD proposal in health sciences at UT Health. The development of this program has been over the past 5 years, and basically it's in recognition of the severe shortages in doctorally prepared allied health faculty to teach and do research in colleges and universities in Texas and across the country. As many of you know, allied health can be defined as the non-nurse, non-physician healthcare providers, and it's a very large cohort of workers in the United States, and most of those programs are in colleges and universities, and we need qualified faculty to teach. The other thing that is a big need is the need for additional outcomes research in allied health and research related to health systems, big data analytics, and community-based research. And so that will be the primary focus for this particular program. Dr. David Weiss is here with me. The program is in collaboration with the graduate school, and so, of course, this program would follow the graduate school policies and procedures related to admissions and advancement and dissertation, defense, and so forth. And so Dr. Weiss may have some additional comments.
Thank you. So I'm very excited about this collaboration. We are a rapidly expanding research, educational, but research is becoming huge at our institution. Have our sights set on $400 million of funding, external funding, so really excited about the research going on there. We have in the graduate school 18 different programs, 6 PhD programs, and 2 dual degree programs. What's particularly exciting about this one, and Dr. Shelby mentioned, is the type of research. Most of our research programs are bench science, basic science type things. This is more outcomes. This is more immediate. And having this in our portfolio and having these students interacting with our other students is going to be phenomenal. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Thank you. Dr. Mock?
Thank you very much. To all of the board members, we are intensely grateful to the coordinating board staff, the work of Dr. Silverman, as well as the late Dr. Peebles in helping us put together this proposal. We are thrilled to have this program collaboration between the School of Health Professions and our Graduate School of Biomedical Science. Both deans have spoken to the high need for this type of research and preparing faculty for the future. So we welcome any comments that you might have about our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all three for being here. Does the board have any comments or questions on the proposal, the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio for the Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in health sciences? Any comments or questions? Okay, we have a motion for the recommendation from the committee. Motion made by Mr. Anwar to accept the proposal, second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Agenda item 9D, is consideration of adopting the Certificate of Advisory Councils and Commissioner Paredes' recommendation to the board relating to a request from Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine for an initial certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. This item has been withdrawn. Agenda item 9E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the report on the effectiveness of the Advise Texas program. Rider 51, 86th Legislature, Texas, regular session. Jarrell Booker will be presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Booker.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jarrell Booker, Assistant Commissioner for College Readiness Success. I'm going to be discussing item 9E, the evaluation of Advise Texas. Many may not know this is a legislatively mandated report, so this is the second year we've done this. As you may know, some of you are familiar with Advise Texas, but it's a near-peer advising program where we put near-peer younger graduates of college into high-need high schools to help get these students to college, through college, fill out applications, FAFSA forms, advising around best fit. We have 6 key partners with Advise Texas. We have the College Advising Corps, which is a national nonprofit, which the model originally came from. We work with the Higher Ed Foundation here at the agency, and then we work with 4 institutions, University of Texas at Austin, Texas A&M, TCU, and Trinity. Just to give a little context about how many schools we're working in 112 schools. Well, we have 112 advisors in 110 schools, but a little education for everyone. The state of Texas, with 1,200 school districts we have in the state of Texas, 50% of the K-12 population is only in 51 school districts. So you have all these districts, but 51 districts have 50% of the population. So it's interesting, a lot of the districts we're in are those larger population districts, to give you a little context. So I talked about the near peer setup for it, but what I wanted to make sure you understood was the amount of training that these advisors get. They get 4 to 6 weeks of training, and then it's ongoing throughout the year. There's also a very vigorous selection and hiring process for these types. These are high-performing students. They were high-performing before they graduated from college, and they're continuing that in this Advise Texas program. So just a day in the life, a lot of times they'll meet with different faculty in the school. They might have sessions where an entire class gets some sort of discussion around going to college. They do one-on-ones with families, with students, and so forth to try to get them figuring out best fit and kind of build that college-going culture there in their campus. They work very closely with K-12 counselors. This is in partnership with them. We can't do any of this without their help. This evaluation, at least the report we're going to submit based off of board's approval, was developed by Dr. Eric Bettinger from Stanford. We've said Stanford 2 or 3 times today. He works with the national nonprofit, and he prepared this version of the report for us. Typically, he's looking at applications, FAFSA, enrollment rates, how it impacts low-income students, and race, and so forth. So that's basically what he looked at in his report. Now, when we talk about the schools that Advise Texas are in, this chart right here kind of lays out. The blue is the Advise Texas schools, red is the state. It's just kind of giving you a reminder, in order to be a high school that works with Advise Texas, you have to have a greater than 35% of your campus free and reduced lunch right off the top. And then the next stage is they have less than a 70% direct-to-college rate, which Dr. Eklund talked about earlier, is the struggles and our focus on direct-to-college. And then lastly is there's a curriculum, and the college high school track curriculum that students take. Distinguished curriculum would be the one that most people are taking for college going. Had to be less than 55% of their students actually on that sort of track to be a part of Advise Texas, just to give you an idea of the challenges of these schools. Now, what we found, and just what we generally do, is we work with over 41,000 students That's probably a 1,000 student increase from the previous year, which I'm happy to say. We showed an increase of about 12 percentage points for college applications and about 6 percentage point increase for FAFSA applications. So we're ramping it up, we're dealing with more students and ramping up the applications in FAFSA. Now the question at the end of the day is you're doing all this work, you have them completing their applications and they're trying to get financial aid, well, how many are actually going? That's not a large number, not large enough as we would like, but it's still an increase if you compare similar students at other schools in the state of Texas. We had about a 1.2% increase, particularly for low-income students, and we saw even greater increase for African-American students. So we are seeing an increase compared to schools who do not have Advise Texas. That is what he's comparing it to. We also found, which we don't really get into very much on the PowerPoint, but the satisfaction among counselors, among faculty around what it's doing for the lower students, 9th grade, 10th grade. We're now serving the entire high school, so we're starting to see that build from year to year to year. One item that Dr. Bettinger found, which we've known for a while, but it's a funding issue as we move forward, is the size of the high school matters. I mean, these schools, a lot of these schools have large high schools, 1,000 in a class, so forth. One advisor makes it difficult for one advisor to change the entire campus that way. So in some instances, we're trying to put 2 in there, or they're buttressing with other advisors. What we have found is some districts might even hire a separate advisor, separate from our Advise Texas, because they found there was a value to it, and that's starting to help those schools as we move forward. In addition to the funds that we get from the state legislature, is about $2 million a year. This is the second biennium that we've received these funds. The Texas Workforce Commission has also provided us funds. We received a $5.8 million contract with the Texas Workforce Commission to serve students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We're excited about this opportunity. I will talk more about these students on the next agenda item, but we're looking to reach maybe 5,000 students. But that just shows that this population, this program is needed. In the last legislative session, House Bill 3, which is directly related to K-12, improving their college going rates, making sure college ratings is a major focus of K-12. That is going to cause for a greater need for these Advise Texas advisors to do more. There's a mandate to have FAFSA completed before they leave high school. That's also going to add to what they already do and what they'll continue to do. So we're looking forward to this being a growing part of what we do here at the agency, as well as in partnership with K-12. And hearing all that, we're excited with where it is, but we think we can do more. This grant will help us serve additional students. Possibly at that point, if we receive some funds, maybe we can program them back in and actually get more advisors in some of the larger schools. But where we stand now, we at least been moving forward every year that we've gotten this money, and I ask for favorable approval of this report, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Booker. Any questions for Mr. Booker? Chairman Stedman?
Okay, so a suggestion in future reports, the 1.2%, okay, that's, anyway, you need to do some kind of, I did kind of rough math. You said 41,000 students were affected. 1.2%, that's roughly 450 students. $2 million cost, that's roughly $4,700 a student. So I think sort of over time, you need to show what the effectiveness is, because hopefully that the number of students will go up and the cost per student will go down, because it's makes you maybe feel good that you're making some progress, but at scale, I'm not sure it's that effective. Now, in response, do you think there's hope to make it more effective going forward?
Well, I always have hope, and that's why I'm here doing the work.
Or evidence, perhaps.
So that's an even better question. So a couple of things. One, the comparison of that increase is compared to other students similar to Advise Texas students in the state. So what you're comparing is that you're showing some sort of increase, but you're also comparing it to other students who wouldn't have Advise Texas. So the question is, if you remove those funds, are you actually doing anything? Will it just drop down? So what we're seeing in the last 2 years, last year it actually went up a lot more than this year. This year is a slight increase. And what I think I'm hearing you saying is, why don't you look at compiling that over a series of time and seeing if that actually gives better value for the buck?
Exactly. I mean, both students served and cost per student, the cost, because that trend, in other words, you could either say, well, it's just not working, or there needs to be something. It would reveal things that you need to focus on to make it better.
Yeah, I will do that. And like I said, this is Dr. Bettinger's report, but we will buttress that maybe in the future to make more sense and provide more clarity for you. Makes sense.
Yes, Ms. Schwartz?
What is the geographical spread of the program throughout the state?
It's all over the state. So we're in El Paso, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, the Valley. But it almost mirrors closer to where the institutions are for travel and oversight, because there's still people fresh out of college. But El Paso is the only one that we are in, but doesn't have a school right there in El Paso, but we are there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Booker? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9F, as Mr. Booker alluded to, is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the report on the recruitment of persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities at institutions of higher education. Mr. Booker.
Thank you. 9F is also a legislative report dealing with students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Recently, there's been a great deal of interest and policy focus on this population of students. This slide just shares a few of the recent activities, including the first two, which are legislative mandates. That's happened over the last few sessions that we are actually responsible and working closely with implementing. To give you an idea of what we consider IDD, I'm not an expert, but I know this is sort of the definition that we use for people who are completing the survey and how we classify for some of the legislative items. But we classify intellectual and developmental disabilities as a neurodevelopmental disorder with certain deficits in intellectual or adaptive functions. One thing I'd like to note, which has come up in previous discussions, is that this also includes students who are diagnosed with autism, just on the autism disorder, spectrum disorder. So in this survey, we're asking institutions how they recruit students with IDD. The first slide lays out common activities that institutions undertake to recruit these students. A few of these activities showed up last year, and I've also seen an increase in the percent of the use of some of these slides. So it's definitely taking hold in some of these institutions, but to the degree we haven't been asked to see if the enrollment has actually increased, but definitely the schools and the institutions are working very hard with school districts to increase that. The next are commonly cited limitations. Unfortunately, I've seen a few of these previously, but the one I keep hearing mostly about is the transportation. It's very difficult for the institutions to get some of these students to the events. There aren't funds set aside for this population, and we have at least gotten some feedback that that's something that would be helpful for them, but it continues to remain a concern for these institutions moving forward. From what I recall, the transportation just remains to be a major concern from previous years. Now, we've done this 2 years in a row, and the recommendations you'll see on this slide, but I mentioned previously on a previous item that $5.8 million is directly related to this population. So it'll give us actually boots on the ground in some of these schools to actually have people there who are trained to work with this population too. It's not, they get additional training than the traditional advisors, and I think what we're gonna do is actually offer it to all the Advise Texas advisors to be able to work with this population at all the schools. This will be at least a 2-year contract, at least right now as it stands, and we think it'll have an impact. And then we can actually go back and see whether it's something that needs to be expanded across the state. That said, that concludes my remarks, and I ask for adoption of this report also.
Thank you, Mr. Booker. Any questions or discussion for Mr. Booker on this particular item? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept, adopt the committee's recommendation?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Schwartz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Booker.
Thank you.
We're moving on to Agenda Item 9G, which is on the consent calendar. Agenda Item 9H is also on the consent calendar. Agenda Item 9I is a report on institutional request acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the last board meeting. This is an information item only. Dr. Silverman will present the item. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you. So in addition to those programs that you approved today, you all approved 7 programs, the board has delegated the authority for approval of other programs proposed by institutions and administrative changes to the assistant commissioner. So in your white pages, there is the actual report of the different new degree and certificate programs that were approved since the last board meeting. Since the last report, the Assistant Commissioner approved 39 new degree and certificate programs, approved 5 institutional requests to phase out programs, issued 5 certificates of authorization, and received 6 planning notifications. And again, the detail of the report is in those white pages, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
If there's no questions, thank you for that report. It was informational only. The next item is item 9J, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the revision of the principles of good practice for academic degree and certificate programs and credit courses offered at a distance. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you. Originally adopted by the board in 1997 as the Principles of Good Practice for Academic Degree and Certificate Programs and Credit Courses Offered at a Distance, which is now referred to as the PGP, the Principles of Good Practice. The guide provides information to the board and staff and institutions on current distance education practices, rules, proposal reviews, and procedures. These were last reviewed in 2010, and with the dynamic role distance learning plays in academia, an update to the PGP was warranted. The Learning Technology Advisory Committee created a work group to collaboratively update the current PGP document. The revised document adds the coverage of topics related to accreditation, state authorization, and quality assurance. Current requirements for accreditation, state authorizations, and that identify common areas to promote best practices for the delivery of distance education were also added. So the committee is actually requesting your approval for this implementation of the new PGP.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. Any comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept, adopt the committee's recommendation? Motion by Mr. Anwar. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Is there any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Silverman. We're moving on to agenda item 9K, and that's a report to the board on school closures and/or teach-outs pursuant to Chapter 7, Subchapter A, Section 7.75. This is an information item only for the board. Dr. Silverman will present this item.
Thank you. Board rules require that the coordinating board be notified in writing at least 90 days prior to a planned closure date or immediately if an institution closes unexpectedly. If an institution closes or intends to close before all currently enrolled students have completed all requirements for graduation, a teach-out plan is required. The teach-out plan is subject to board approval, which the board has delegated to the assistant commissioner. On your current list, there are 4 institutions, and some have several locations notifying the coordinating board of their closure, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Silverman? Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Silverman. That was for information purposes only. Agenda items 9L1 and 9L2 were on the consent calendar, as well as agenda items 9M through 991 through 9M7 were on the consent calendar. Agenda items 9N1 and 9N2 were added to the consent calendar at the beginning of this meeting. Agenda item 9O was also added to the was also on the consent calendar. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda items relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. Next section is agenda item 10, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, chaired by Ricky Raven. Ricky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items. Minutes from the July 24, 2019 Agency Operations Committee meeting, and a resolution authorizing the issuance of the State of Texas College Student Loan Bonds in one or more series, and delegation of the authority for administration and approval of the activities necessary to complete the sale of the private activity bonds. The committee also received a report on grants and contracts, an update on key initiatives recommended by AT&T Cybersecurity regarding the agency's cybersecurity network, a review of the fiscal 2019 financial report, a report on the external quality assurance review of internal audit and compliance monitoring, an audit report on agency's performance measures by the Texas State Auditor's Office, and a post-payment audit report for the agency by the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts, and an update on internal audit and compliance monitoring reports and activities. Next on our agenda is item 10B, which calls for public testimony. It's my understanding there is no public testimony. Next item is item 10C, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board related to a resolution authorizing the issuance of the State of Texas College Student Loan Bonds in one or more series, and delegation of the authority for administration and approval of the activities necessary to complete the sale of the private activity bonds. Mr. Ken Martin, Assistant Commissioner from Financial Services and Chief Financial Officer, is present, as well as Richard Donahue, a partner at McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, will present this item to the committee and be available for answers or any questions. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members. This item I presented yesterday and typically do once every year. A little unique item here is we're actually combining two bond issues into one resolution. Previously, we would come for each year for a bond resolution to issue new money bonds to fund student loans for the following academic year. Fortunately, with the passage of Senate Bill 1474, thank Senator Lucio's office for that, it allowed us more flexibility to better time the sale of new money bonds, extend them throughout the year, and we do have a bond 2010 series that is eligible for refunding on August 31st, and we will take advantage of market conditions if they continue to hold. So this is two items. One is to approve on the resolution to issue new money bonds up to $200 million, which we plan to time around the middle of July, and that'll get us in preparation for the August loan demand. August, September is our highest peak, as well as December, January, because of the fall-spring academic semesters, and that'll help fund for next academic year. And then it prepares us to be ready, if we can, assuming market conditions are still favorable, to refund the 2010 bond series. Basically, we'll issue new bonds, take the money from proceeds from those issues, and we'll utilize those to pay off the old bonds and take advantage of a lower interest rate with that issue. With that said, I have Mr. Richard Donahue from McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. He represents us from Bond Counsel. Yesterday you heard from Mr. Lee Donner, our financial advisor, talked a little bit about market condition in the student loan market nationally. I'll let Mr. Donahue talk about the resolution, what it does, and what it provides for the board.
Thank you, Ken. For the record, I'm Richard Donahue with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. We serve as bond counsel to the coordinating board. The item before you is a resolution authorizing the delegation for the issuance of student loan bonds. This is the board's official action with regard to the student loan bonds. As we've done in prior years, we delegate the pricing to either the commissioner or the CFO so that you can optimize your ability to get into the market on particular market conditions rather than planning around the sale around particular board meetings. So The resolution delegates the issuance of bonds with particular parameters. Specifically, you have a maximum par amount for your bond transaction. It contemplates up to $200 million of new money bonds, and then it would be 87,265,000, which is the par amount of the refunded bonds, the 2010 series that we'd be looking at taking out. The delegation period is good for 1 year, and then the bonds can be sold either together or separately, depending on what market conditions allow for. The bonds would be student loan bonds secured by student loan payments, as well as the carry the general obligation pledge of the state of Texas, like all of your other bonds. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to dive into any of this into more details, but that's the high-level overview of the resolution.
Dr. Farias?
Yeah, so the committee meeting, you said or, the commissioner or, remember I said that I
absolutely.
wanted-
Either one is authorized to go ahead and execute the sale. It's just nice to have more than one person in case there's some unavailability at the time the market conditions are right for the sale.
But, yeah, because I remember I specified that.
Yes,
I wanted.
yes, absolutely, that's correct.
Yeah,
Well-
that the commissioner would be consulted, correct?
Yes.
Let me see if I can get clarity. I thought yesterday when you asked a question, it was regarding setting the interest rate on the student loans. This is strictly for the sale of the bonds. So this is going to market, selling the bonds. It's a competitive bid. We take the lowest. It's almost like eBay, really, when you watch it. But we just take the lowest price. So IPREO comes up. We had 11 entrants last sale. I think we had 10 actually provide bids. We take the lowest true cost, interest cost. Our financial advisor validates that the bidder, I think it was RBC Capital last time, they'll validate that they meet all the terms and conditions of the issue and what parameters that we built in. And once we do, we accept the lowest price, which either delegated to myself or the commissioner. So it's an or. If for some reason I got hit by a bus, the commissioner, we have 30 minutes to be able to approve that transaction. From there, that's just the bond issue. Now we have the proceeds. Now how do we go forward? Going forward, it's working with the commissioner and with Dr. Keller, gathering his thoughts on how he wants to structure the loan program. Previous commissioner had different thoughts on interest rate, a standard interest rate across all credit scores, across all degrees, public-private. Dr. Keller may have different thoughts, and we'll certainly work with Dr. Keller on structure, interest rate setting, et cetera, from that standpoint, that being separate from the bond sale. So the delegation from the bond sale is just approval of the terms of the bond sale, not the application of the actual program. So, Dr. Frias, I thought your question was making sure that the commissioner was involved and from the approval process of the interest rate on the loans versus the sale of the bonds. Otherwise, we'd have to lock in the commissioner in a room and be ready to be able to approve
Actually,
the terms.
I wanted both.
Well, I thought he was talking about
I was talking about both.
Wanted both, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just a suggestion. I mean, I think that the trigger, on when the bond conditions are right, and either you or Dr. Keller, the commissioner, would be. I mean, that's fine. You're going to be relying on your bond investment banker, right? So they're going to know infinitely more than you. But on the interest rate and the terms and credit scores and all that stuff, I would encourage, I think the board needs to be involved. I have a particular interest, and I think certainly everybody in the Agency Operations Committee has a particular interest in that whole thing. So if we can just kind of, that would occur, of course, after the bond sale, after you have the money. But if you could consult with us and have a detailed recommendation and reason.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Happy to.
All right.
To be clear, the resolution does not dictate how the loans are.
We're anticipating,
Yes,
a more important issue in the future.
Sure.
So are we all clear on how we're going to march forward? So it's both, correct?
Well, no, this resolution simply means that who can pull the trigger on, we're going to go to bid, that eBay
Right.
process, and either, Ken or Harrison can do that.
Correct.
Okay.
But that was the issue that he raised.
Yeah. So my question was,
yes,
yes, but then the interest rate was the one I wanted to make sure.
Well, the interest rate is a different, entirely different process, and that's where I think it has nothing to do with this resolution.
Correct.
And so I'm just requesting
That's right.
that we have a more thorough review
That's what I want.
with the board, and
Yes.
with consultation
Has
with the
nothing to
board.
do with the
Right, exactly.
Absolutely, and that's what I was trying to articulate, is that the bond sale is just your funding source. This is just to get the money up front. We sell the bonds, we go to market, we rely on our financial advisor for timing of the market, and some of the actions, just so you know, on the background that Mr. Stedman was alluding to, some of the items that financial advisors will look at is they'll actually look at what other issuers are going to market. You know, you don't want to time necessarily when there's a large federal issue or there's other large muni issues. We don't want to compete to a $400 million UT offer. You know, they did that last year with some revenue bonds. These are munis. We want to make sure we're timing. Supply has typically been tight and demand has been high, so it's been favorable for the last 2 years at least. We'll continue to seek their advice. They look nationally, market conditions, because these are large national investors that are purchasing these. So we'll try and time the market, and that gets you supply and demand, the best, lowest cost, interest cost to us. So the resolution allows myself or the commissioner to approve the terms of the sale for the bonds. Now, once we get the money, then we have the discussion on, okay, with the funds we have, how do we want to structure the loan program, set the loan interest rate, et cetera, going forward. And that is not being contemplated in the resolution, is not delegated to myself within that resolution. This is only for the bond sale. I hope that helps. Okay.
Are we all clear?
Just what are the 2010 bonds? What's the interest rate that we're retiring on those?
Excuse me. Typically, the interest rate on those is around 4.5% to 5.5%.
Currently?
Yes, because there are actually multiple bonds within a series. So when we issue, we what's called laddering, we'll typically have a 5-year through a 24-year bond. So somebody can buy a 5-year bond, a 6-year bond, 7-year, all the way through year 24. Investors, depending on the investor, will want different interest rates, and each one's a little different. We'll give them parameters of where they can, how low they can go or how high they can go, but each one will be structured a little bit different.
And what do you expect on the same blend? What do you expect the interest rate average to be on the new issue?
What we've seen with the new issue is around 3%.
Right.
So compared to around 5%.
We'll be improving the economics on the 2010 bonds.
Well, that's what we mentioned. Yes, sir. And actually, you weren't there. We did describe it was over current interest rates today, assume they hold till July of next year, it was over a $20 million cash flow savings for debt reduction. So the benefit in doing this is you can lower your debt. We have a constitutional ceiling. We have $1.2 billion of bonds outstanding. This lowers your debt as well as lowers your future cost. And we can take some of our cash that we have in reserve, actually even deploy that to buy down this type of debt. We could take $20 million and instead of issuing $87 million of bonds, we'll turn around and we could issue $67 million and have a $20 million contribution. So there's many different ways that we can work this.
Taxable, non-taxable, et cetera.
Right. And so that just helps make the program more efficient, financially stronger, long-term.
And if we picked a financial advisor, or how do we do that? Or
the financial advisor, we come to the board for a request for a proposal, and then we go out and do an RFP. And
we haven't done that yet.
Well, we have. We do for a 2-year term, and Hilltop Securities is our financial advisor for this 2-year term. In January, I'll be coming before the board because both contracts for bond counsel and financial advisor expire August 31st of 2020. So once we complete this transaction, we'll need to have new contracts. We'll go out to RFP with Mr. Franz's procurement office and solicit bids, et cetera, and then choose those for another 2-year period.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, the representative from Hilltop Securities was there yesterday. Sounds like you're angling for a position on the Agency Operations Committee. So anyway, we'll talk about that later.
No, I would like to quickly
I'm already
bring up,
long on committees.
on the RFPs, I would like to bring up over the years, I know we haven't had always as many, I guess, applicants. So are we looking at how we can solve that and get the word out so we can have more applicants for these positions?
Well, I certainly would love that because obviously, the more that you have, the greater hopefully competition, et cetera. As I mentioned before, and we work with Mr. Franz's office on various ways we can post. We have all our standard state required postings that we have to do, but we also try and go beyond that. We try and identify key players. We did this last time working with Ms. Teresa Lopez, Director of Procurement, and to try and identify and send emails, just notification, hey, there's an RFP out there, it's posted, if you want to apply, here's how you do, et cetera. We've tried to be proactive in that approach. The difficulty and the nuance is that there are bond counsels out there are financial advisors out there, but only a handful that work with student lending, and there is a difference. And that has been our issue, and if you recall, anybody that was here 4 or 5 years ago, we did the same with the student lending software. And we had one vendor that really gave us a complete solution, and other vendors that'll have, I got a phone call the other day from one that does the origination side, but doesn't do the servicing or the collection side, the litigation. So it is a very limited market of expertise. That has been the difficulty. I do not expect it to be underwriters who are bidding on the bonds. We had, I think, 11 in our last bid. That's pretty steady. They're munis or tax exempt. Whether they're for loans or a school building, et cetera, it's pretty consistent. But when you get into student lending, 2010, the federal government took federal loans and limited them in the Affordable Care Act. Almost any issuer could issue federal loans. There are a myriad of them out there, but limited it to only a certain select number of issuers, and they're very large, Navient, Sallie Mae, and some others. And in doing so, it really choked off now other people, other lenders who were just doing student lending. Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation was a corporation which was an arm of the Texas Comptroller. 2011, they spun them off because basically the federal lending went away, so their function declined. It's been a contraction in the industry instead of an expansion because of that. So you have the private lenders, but as I've discussed in previous meetings, 7 to 8% of the $1.5 or $1.6 trillion of student debt, whichever number you hear, 7 to 8% are private lenders. The bulk, 92, 93%, are federal loans. So you can see that the federal lenders are out there. There are few, they're select. All the other ones are just slowly living off what they had, and some have contracted, a couple here in the state. And then you have private lenders such as us who are viable and still in play. But you know, the software companies, the programmers, et cetera, just there's not enough competition to have that much demand, whether it's from financial advisors to bond counsel. Having a national advisor that does advise for other lenders helps because they have a pulse on the market and other conditions in other states and what other entities are facing. If you have a financial advisor just for your bond, that's great, and you can do that, but then you don't have some of that other expertise that you're able to reap. But we certainly will. I'll work with Mr. Fran's office, and we'll do our best to get that out. But we'll discuss more in January when we actually request the RFP.
All right, any other questions? Do I have a motion to approve the resolution as stated? Motion by Mr. Anwar, second? Second by Dr. Farias. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed? Hearing or seeing no opposition, the motion passes. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the Agency Operations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. Before we get to adjournment, this sheet right here, is at your table, probably buried under, some, this is the questionnaire about the leadership conference. If you could remember to fill it out, and I guess leave it with Mary before you leave it. I appreciate it. This concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Farias. Second by Mr. Raven. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition, I guess, so we're adjourned. Thank you.
Vote on the stuff that we moved over to the